Okay, good morning, everybody. We're gonna officially convene this Brattleboro Selectboard meeting. It's very exciting. This is the first Brattleboro Selectboard retreat. And I want to take a moment to send some appreciation around to first town staff who helped set up the room, get this all ready to go for us this morning, and provide us with some really necessary coffee and breakfast. And then I also want to thank all the department heads for being here this morning. One of the things I'll talk about in a minute is how important it is that we have an opportunity to speak with you as we're going through this process to help the board set goals and think about this next year and for future years for the town. And then I also want to just thank John, who brought this idea to the select board, and one of the things that I wanted to make clear to everyone is that this is sort of the first iteration of this concept of a select board retreat. We're all going to be taking notes, thinking about this process, and really considering whether we like it and we want to do it again next year for the next select board, and if we do, how we want to modify and change it. So I ask for everyone's patience as we go through it the first time, I believe that this is going to be really, really good for the select board and for the town. So a quick note, why is this different than what we've done in the past? So for the last 3 years that I've been on the board, and I believe for years prior to that, the way the select board set goals was kind of, my first year was COVID, so we didn't have any goals. It was literally make it through COVID. That was it. It usually is like a long list of generated ideas from all 5 board members, many pages long, not really any department head engagement, just kind of a unclear sort of list of what's priority, and I think we could take all day to debate how effective that was, but I think that this is a really good opportunity to sort of try to modify that process and hopefully kind of create a more dynamic and working set of goals that the board can and town staff can focus on moving forward. And then just on the process today, what I'd really like to encourage my fellow board members to do is be a little bit more vulnerable today, a little more open. No, not gonna happen. Fair enough. There's going to be questions and discussion points that are very open, and we will have a lot of opportunity to sort of put things out there. And I really encourage us to try to put ourselves forward a bit. And it's, we can have discussions. We're not going to, solve all the issues of the town today, but for this process to be effective, I think that vulnerableness and openness will be important. So I encourage you to think about that. And on that point, John and I and Sue had a discussion and really believed that it was important for the chair role to sort of step away from running the meeting so that we can all be very much on equal level in this kind of discussion. And so Sue has been just amazing stepping up to run this whole meeting. And so I'm going to pass it over to her in a moment to sort of go through kind of what this is going to look like. And then finally, on public participation. So we have a public participation item at the end of the meeting today. And so members of the public who are here, who are listening and thinking about what we're discussing, will have an opportunity to speak then. But then if you can't stay for the whole meeting, or you have a really good idea, but then you lose it as we continue on because we're not going to have opportunity in the middle to talk. We're also going to bring this as a separate agenda item at a select board meeting in the near future. And so you'll have an opportunity again to speak on any of the stuff that we talked about in this meeting then. So with that, I'm going to ceremonially pass the, wow, there it is. And I'm going to pass it over to Fiscal. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Before I run through how the day is going to work, I'm going to turn it over to the town manager, John, for some comments.
Yeah, thanks for doing that. I was just going to follow on some of the stuff that you were saying. Yeah, this is a chance to try something a little different. When I came here, speaking with a number of the select board members, I heard, we have these formal meetings and we don't always have a great opportunity to kind of talk a little more freely with each other about what we're thinking and where we're heading. And I said, well, don't you do that in your retreat? And I heard, well, we haven't really done that. And so I thought, oh, well, maybe that would be something for us to try out here and see how it goes and see if it's helpful to you. So that's the idea today. It is an opportunity to really try to bring the board together and look for that shared common ground that you all may have as a team to be able to powerfully move forward on those issues. There may be things that you don't agree about, and that's fine, and that's the nature of all of this. But I think focusing on those things that we all can agree on are important priorities. I think that's where you're going to be able to get us all engaged and be moving the town forward in a really important way. So that was one sort of idea here. The other was just an opportunity to bring the board together with the staff a little bit more, give you a chance to hear what they're thinking over the next couple of years, and using that to inform like your thinking, and so that there aren't surprises as we move through the year. And also, gives you an opportunity to reflect on kind of some of the stuff you're hearing here, and is that really lining up with your sense of what the community wants and where the community wants to head. Then it's also a chance to kind of zoom in and zoom out, and you'll see on the agenda that we first wanted to talk a bit about sort of the vision out into the future, and that I think is a particularly good area for you to find common ground. Like a lot of us, I think, see where we'd like Brattleboro to be. The nuts and bolts of how we get there is really the more difficult part of it all. But I think it's still good for us all to have something that we all agree is where we want to be going, because that is going to help drive our priorities. And then, so the zoom in then is over the course of the next couple of years. Of course, you'll be a board together for a little less than a year now, but you're doing a lot of things like developing a fiscal 25 budget, and that is going to be maybe one of the most influential places where you're going to be able to move things in that direction of the shared vision that you could come up with. And so that is our focus today: is what are the things that what are the priorities that we could pull out of what the department heads are working on this fiscal year, and where do they think things are headed next fiscal year, and then what are those things that you see as priorities and things that we should particularly focus on. So that was the idea of this retreat. And the hope is, as Ian mentioned, we'll come back to a regular board meeting and affirm with you what staff heard and make sure you all agree with that. And then I also plan to check in on these priorities throughout the course of the year, so you kind of know what progress and how we're moving forward. So it's really important to come up with a direction and a focus. With that, I will turn it back over to Sue.
Thank you. So I thought I would first just run through the retreat agenda. We've already had the first two. We're going to do an icebreaker to loosen everybody up. The question you don't know that's coming will pop up soon. And then we're going to, I did a questionnaire with the select board. I also did a questionnaire with the department heads, and we've put together kind of a list from the department heads of what are some of the town accomplishments that we listed. And so that'll just kind of be a brief overview. And then we'll get into discussing a select board vision. And I want to be clear, it's kind of the select board's vision. A lot of time visioning is, a larger process involving the community. And this is really just to kind of, as John said, kind of look at that larger picture where this select board was looking to do 20 years out. And then each of the department heads are going to come and speak to their current priorities and then the following years. And then we'll kind of wrap it up and talk about what the next steps, and then I'll turn it back over to Ian for public comment and adjournment. Just a couple of logistics. There are bathrooms. There's one through that doorway. The hallway is dark, but there's light on at the end to the right. There's another restroom down here to the left in this hallway. There's exits on both sides, and there is the elevator as well. Feel free to get up, get yourself some coffee. There's more water bottles if you need that. We'll take a break when it feels right at some point this morning, but feel free to move around if you need to. In the afternoon, we'll be doing every planner's favorite exercise. We'll do a dot exercise as we get into the priorities, so hopefully get you moving around a little bit as well. And then just in terms of talking, I want it to be a free flow conversation, so just be considerate of each other, try not to talk over each other or dominate the conversation, but you'll have to raise hands or I won't be calling on you, just kind of jump into the conversation. So with that, and obviously if there are questions, perhaps.
Is there going to be a trigger warning for the icebreaker?
What, so you can excuse yourself? It's not a pass.
Do you put yourself being the lone victory instead of trigger?
Wow, that
Trigger was Roy Rogers was, not the Lone Ranger.
Well, there you go.
I know that you're sort of joking, and you were kind of inviting vulnerability, right? And I did some reading around vulnerability recently, and another way of thinking about it is being courageous, right? So if there's something in the icebreaker that is I'm a little nervous to actually speak into what's true for me about this, you could just be courageous to do that, or you could not, and that's.
I'm sorry.
I know that.
I think you spun off that very much.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say a word about vulnerability. I paused because I think it's great that Daniel's reading about vulnerability. But for women in positions of authority, vulnerability equals weakness. And I'm not going there. I could be courageous, I could speak my mind. Vulnerability, I could be open, but vulnerability's not happening.
So to try not to bog down in you. I think to not defend that, but I think I opened with it, and I appreciate that perspective, Liz. Thank you. I think it's maybe the term could be different. Just more. This is intentionally kind of a different setting than a select board.
Absolutely.
And maybe we can let our thanks, Peter, down. I think I hear you this.
Well, really, and I think it's getting to know who each of you are in a little bit different way. So hopefully that works.
So we're going to keep using the word vulnerability because if we do, I got to look it up and figure out what it means.
But here's just you being you.
Yeah. Okay.
It's I've never heard from people being amazing.
I feel like I everybody.
All right, let's move on. Okay, so the purpose of this workshop or retreat is to identify select board goals for fiscal year 2024 that are strategic and actionable. Ooh. That's Gonna jump ahead. And then I'll go back to the icebreaker question. If you were quick, you may have read it. So as John mentioned, we're going to use this to inform the fiscal year 25 budgeting, which is exciting, I think, for me on staff to think about that. I haven't necessarily done that in the past. It'll also help the select board keep focused on their priorities, help staff keep focused on what's important to the select board. They'll be, regularly regular scheduled updates, kind of like have been in the past, whether it's quarterly or whatever, on how we're making progress on that. And basically, we have so much coming at us. We have so many requests, whether it's staff or the select board. So I think really it's going to help us balance what's important and urgent, and be able to kind of prioritize where we need to. So I think there's a lot of value in that for staff and for the select board. So the question you all been waiting for, icebreaker time. So we're asking that you just share a highlight or a personal experience where you felt best about being a public servant and what made it so special. Oh, I see everybody's looks.
Well, we need a minute to just try to remember.
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah, think about that.
Gotta try and thread them out.
Should put on
Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's about taking responsibility. I can think of a few different examples. None of them are like huge. I would say probably the COVID response is like the biggest one. Like we were the 5 people that were being asked, at least from town government perspective, to like take responsibility for making some decisions. And in the very early days of COVID, that was really fluid, right? And a lot of information was coming out, and I feel proud of how we responded to that one.
Go ahead, Franz.
Well, public servant may not be exactly the right term, but my mind goes back to, and this kind of resonates in the present too. When I was the chair of the Wyndham County Democratic Committee, and we put together a series of public forums that, just on topics of general political issues. And what was most exciting was when one of those really worked, and we had like 100 people show up to a discussion of state aid to education at the Newfane Elementary School. And it was just a terrific discussion, very high level of interest. And when there were 4 candidates in the Democratic primary for our congressional seats, I think it was 1988, and a fellow who used to live in town named Andy Pizzullo and I put together a really big display. It was like just the ricketiest thing you can imagine on a stepladder, but it was a Jeopardy board, and we had Jeopardy for the 4 congressional candidates. And when one of them said, I'll take Boston Red Sox for 200, and it was just so perfect. And it was, there was a really good audience, and the participants were really into it. So I think that the message is about communication with the public, getting people interested in important questions that affect their daily lives in ways that they may not think about all the time, et cetera, et cetera. And so that really continues through my current service here, that I'm very, very interested in hearing what people think and have to offer, and want the select board to focus on and stuff like that.
So I think anyone who's talked to me knows that I don't always feel great about being a public servant, in the sense that I don't often feel like I'm accomplishing the sort of role. But I think that if I were to think back on a moment that felt particularly like where I felt very good being a public servant, is probably before the select board. I was an alternate on the DRB, and I've been a justice of the peace for a while. And we had a family come to the DRB who had a situation with their domesticated pig, and they wanted to, it was like a whole issue with the neighbor and stuff, and we ended up kind of landing on their side, and they were really happy about it because they really love this pig. And then, like afterward, they reached out to me and said, also, we want to get married. And so we did like a marriage like the next week or so, like in the municipal center. And I had just like kind of gotten to know this family, And the only reason I got to know them was because of the roles that I was playing as a public servant. I was just sort of like, it wasn't really about me and good now, it was about them, but it was just like how I could like play a little role in their life that made it like a little better. And I see them occasionally, and it's like really a special thing for me. And so I think that's where I find the beauty in this sort of work.
They got married to their pig?
No, I married the two of them.
Was the pig the ring bearer?
Oh, I actually wish the pig had been there. I never actually met the pig.
The ring was in the pig's nose.
That was a Super Bowl.
Well, I think my favorite thing about being on the select board is talking to town staff to understand an issue and then, and then vote on it and be a member. But I think also I really like, maybe a person in the community has an idea and they're kind of tentative about it, and I help them bring it to the fore, and I like that. I feel that I'm truly represented.
Sadly with me. So I've been a pretty public figure in town for 25, 30 years. And in that time, I've always considered myself a person that gets involved in the community, serves the community. During the year where we had the Brooks House fire, and then right on the heels of that, the Academy flood, was probably one of the years, like, not that any of that work I enjoyed doing because we had to do it, but kind of connecting people and realizing how vast my network was between firefighters, state police, Army National Guard, and all the people that I had just kind of taken for granted were sort of in my pool of people that could help and open doors for me to allow me to serve the community. Because if you remember during Irene, there were certain roads you couldn't get past. But because I knew those people, I could get past and serve the next community, bring water over to the next community because of all the years I've spent working with people. Even though they might have been the police department or fire department or just regular civilians on the street, and being able to kind of reach out to all these people, keep opening doors, not being slowed down, being allowed to do the work that I wanted to do, which was just to help the community. The step into the select board role just gave me a more formal way in which to do that. And it's been fun, it's been great, and I think all those years of serving this community, people see me as approachable, so they're able to speak frankly with me, and I enjoy that as well. So I always enjoy the conversations, and I've had probably, since being on the select board, probably 15 conversations with people that I would not have normally talked with just because of this position. So I've been able to learn more about how deep my community runs as opposed to how wide.
Ice broken.
Yeah.
Ice is broken, and you all had the same thing, dealing with the public, making it better for the community. So I think we'll see that as we move into the vision and about what you thought was special about Brattleboro, which was the people. Oh, I feel this way. So we'll jump in, and I printed out for each of you, and I have extras. Others want to take a look at it. That's what everybody wants to see. This was, might not have enough for everybody, but this was the results of when I asked the department heads, what were some of our major accomplishments over the past 2 years. And so I kind of looked through them and feel like they kind of fell in the buckets of good governance, town operations, and kind of our infrastructure, building our infrastructure. And I think as we look at these, I think it's kind of important to remember where we were 2 years ago. Right? It was COVID. where a lot of us were working remotely. And I think another significant thing that happened within town operations over the last 2 years is there's significant turnover in staffing with department heads as well as staffing. So we have lots of new members of the team. So I think being able to accomplish some of these things was no small feat. Turning around the morale of a department, or getting some new technology that we're working with, they were all pretty significant. And then, there's certainly other things that went on. I'm sure if I asked you, your list of significant accomplishments in the last 2 years, you might have some different things, but I think it's just a validation that the town staff were working really hard on behalf of the select board and everything else. So just a couple of them, completing the bike walk action plan, which was kind of near and dear to my heart, kind of setting us on a path to make some improvements to walking and biking and intersections in the community. There's been new staff, the communications coordinator, HR assistant, some in the police department as well. Let's see, like I said, there was some transitions in technology, how people can do their business license, how they can access parcel mapping, so those were all significant. The library had a 25% increase in new card holders. The library remains significant for our community. And there's definitely some significant infrastructure projects going on in the community as well. So, anybody wants to ask any questions about these or chat about any of them on the list? It's not exhaustive by any means.
What are the groupings?
Well, that's just the way that the Survey Monkey works, so it gave me all the first line.
Okay.
So-
I couldn't find any conflict.
These are responses from each department,
Yes.
and the number ones were their first.
Yes,
I see.
it's not,
I see.
it's just a list. It's not really meant to be
Got it.
exhaustive or don't have it.
It's definitely diverse.
Yeah, it gives you a taste of the range of stuff that happens.
Obviously, fire and EMS is on here. I guess it's a good point to kind of mention. It's definitely a project that's in the works, analysis that's going on. So, today isn't really meant to be a deep dive into that. But obviously that and some of the situations, also the end of the state's motel program, they're all things that we're dealing with now, not necessarily part of an exhaustive discussion.
Already priorities.
Yes. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think what I'm seeing in this a little bit is that a lot of people felt some of these things are very foundational. They're like you're not going to see them out every day in the community, but they're changing how we do systems, processes, and putting us in a good position to move forward in a much more flexible and responsible way. So that was what jumped out.
Technological upgrades.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But even just
And
how,
operating procedures.
yeah,
In different departments.
how the department is being run, whether they have standard operating procedures, that sort of thing.
Cross-department communication and collaboration. I'd say that's pretty.
Moving right along with this. Any questions or discussion?
It's quite a list. I mean, there's a lot out here.
Well, yeah, I think the one thing I would say is it's taken me time to understand that a lot of these accomplishments, as has been said, has to do with sort of the functioning of the municipal government and how well it's working with all the people and personalities and everything that make up like big T town of Brattleboro. And these are immense accomplishments, and they're not ones that we are like replacing every sidewalk in town, or like it's easy from a select board perspective high up to kind of forget about how important these things are. And I have found as I interact with all department heads and people in town government how critical it is for that part of our system to be working well, because without that we can't accomplish any of these other larger things. So I'm actually very happy to see a lot of things in here that are very functional, like systemic improvements to just how interaction between department heads and how like department morale, like those things matter a lot to me. And so it's really good. And I did not think about this at all when I first joined the select board.
Now, it says we combine finance and treasury into one location. Where is the treasury located?
Yeah, treasurer's office is in the same place.
Oh, treasurer's office.
But we moved the finance department over next to it, and the assessors moved down the hall.
Yeah.
But this is about them coming together as an organization.
Brattleboro's pile of gold is
where's
deep down.
Oh.
Where's the Never.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
That's a little nugget of information.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, and I think, to kind of pick up with what John said, and Ian, you're not always seeing this stuff on the surface, but I think it's laying a really good foundation for just being an effective government moving forward.
I don't really know what the select board's role is in that, because we hire a professional town manager to manage the departments, and I was taught that I don't get involved in that. And so it's great to see, and I think it means that we're doing good work here, but I feel very removed from it. I mean, I'm glad that it's happening, but I think it's more of this is much more about we have great department heads and great leadership now, thank God, and that's good, right? That's what I take away from it, I think.
Yeah.
Although I find that knowing this is a good backdrop to what our future goals would be.
Oh, yes.
Because the impact of, what the department heads think about going forward is important to us.
Yeah.
Informing our goals.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and just to add on to that a little bit, Liz, I think it's also really important for you all to understand all of this work that it takes to, all the how behind your what, is that there's a lot there. And so when we get the sort of issue of the moment that comes along, that can end up distracting from a lot of this good work. And so just to be mindful about that, not that we shouldn't be flexible, but just that there's a lot behind everything that we do. A lot of good ongoing work.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Great. Well, let's move on to vision. You might be right.
Oh,
I'm sure we'll fix that later.
These are just some word clouds based on the responses that you gave me. I'm sorry, it's not fitting up there perfectly. I had asked what makes Brattleboro special today. And word clouds, if you're familiar with them, the larger the word, the means more people used it. And I know it's just 5 of you on this survey, but it's still kind of fun to do, and kind of goes back to the icebreaker. Community and the people are really what you're saying makes Brattleboro special. It definitely got more difficult when looking at a future vision because there was nothing that really stood out, but there were lots of good phrases and stuff. So give me just a moment to look at that.
So you could say from the vision that there are 5 different visions,
Yes. Yeah.
which makes it challenging,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If it was a mayoral system with one vision, done.
Review, please.
Although I guess city council. No interest. Already voted on it. Thanks so much.
Yeah. So basically, when we talk about a vision, it's kind of a kind of looking at a shared description of, you know, what do we think the best possible future for Brattleboro is. And so that's what we're just, again, a select board vision of kind of where we want to be 20 years out. And vision statements are often short. I've seen them done lots of different ways. You know, there can be 4 parts to it. It can just be 1 sentence. So I think just if we can at least kind of talk about where we think we're going to be, we don't have to settle on one vision statement. I did throw a couple up just to, they're not snazzy by any means. I tried to kind of build off some of the words that you have used and thinking about some of our plans as well. And again, you know, a lot of times visioning is done through the town plan. Ours is an older town plan, but you know, we've done a lot of other work throughout the years, whether it's the housing plan or the walk-back plan, the downtown plan. So there is some, you know, out there. And we gave you links to several of the plans. We have a copy here. We have 3 copies here if anybody wants to look at anything. But here were just some sample vision statements that I thought we could begin the discussion with.
Are we supposed to guess who said each of these? Is that part of the icebreaker?
No, you don't have to guess who said this. You put them together.
So, what is the benefit of a vision statement?
Yeah, so it's just kind of a shared vision that we're all working towards. You know, it's kind of guiding our priority, can help guide the priorities.
Yeah.
Discussion later today.
My experience is that the statements are not as effective as everyone having in their head something. Like if you ask, well, you have asked any of our department heads, what's the mission of your department? Some of them probably can reel that off, but you know, a lot of times it's more of a set, like a gestalt about it, kind of. You know, each of us all feels where are we headed here, and it's having a statement is something that you do for a plan. But what is your day-to-day? You know, if a constituent came up to you on the street and said, "Where are we going with this town, Daniel?" You know, then you know you got to have something in your mind that's where we're headed. That was sort of the idea.
You know, when we were going through the town plan and all the years that we went through the town plan, like sustainability was a buzzword, you know, and then, and rightly so. And then that moved to more like equity, which is a good thing as well, but it's just like, I see trends within the goals that these words are of the moment, but I think we need to make sure that wherever we hit on is a more permanent vision.
I think things like sustainability and equity are kind of values that we hold. And, yeah, I mean, a lot of times you can go from vision statement to mission statements, before, and then the values which are bring to it.
Yeah, great.
I think like one of the challenges, right, is that at most you're elected to a 3-year seat, and you know there's a lot of potential for flux in the kind of values of a select board at any one time, and that has an impact on like how things can be thought about in a longer term sense. Like it's hard to think really very long term in this role. And I think, you know, and a lot of that push and pull kind of is between the town manager's office and the administration and the board, you know. So like as John mentioned earlier, there's always a juggling act between like emergent things and ongoing work. And most of the ongoing work, that's you guys' business. And it always comes to us in some way, even if it's just the budget, or occasionally there's like approving some application or saying we want to go in this direction. Usually we say yes, that's fine, because actually there's a lot of trust, in the professionalism of the town staff, right? We are not professionals here; we are amateurs, and so it's hard to kind of like really think out in a multi-year way. I mean,
Yeah, but we can still think what we think, and
well, I do. I just,
we can come to consensus about what we think, and if somebody next year wants to change that, that's on them.
Exactly, yeah. And we usually do have like a couple of issues that we're able to find consensus on, and there are usually a couple of issues that we're not able to find consensus on, and like they sort of sit there on the side and wait for somebody else to pick them up, further down the road or not, and that's people elected us, and they get, they get a kind of 5-person body figuring out what 3 of them at least can agree upon as like a direction, and I just think that from a visioning over a kind of multi-year purpose, it's challenging. There's a lot of tension between those two things.
We've always sort of viewed our position, our select board position, as the people who support the decisions, and the people who are actually going to be here beyond 3 years, beyond the year, 2 terms, beyond 6 years, 3-year terms. So when John and I had this conversation, select board people will come and go, and the town manager is the one who's got to kind of always be in flux. And I don't remember if it was Liz or Dan who just said, if they want to change what we did this year, next year, then you have to kind of adapt. John and the department have got to adapt to that. I don't see a bunch of fairness in that. I wish there was a way to put it less flux, unless something like a COVID happens, or an Irene, or a Brooks House fire that substantially changes the dynamic of the town within that moment. I think those are fine decisions to put things aside before bringing them forward. But I've always viewed the select board as people who should be supporting the work that the town manager and the department is doing.
Yes, but there's a corollary to that, and that we should be telling the town manager what they all should be doing. So it's a two-way street.
It is.
And we're not rubber stamps.
What's that?
And we're not rubber stamping what town staff want to
No.
do. Like, a lot of what town staff want to
Yeah.
do is perfectly reasonable and like the right thing to do. But if there's a shift in direction, it doesn't necessarily mean that the select board is going to support that.
So just to speak to Liz's point, I don't completely agree with you that we should be telling them what they should be doing. I think that we have to make a fiduciary decision on how it gets executed. I don't say that we have to have 100% buy-in, but and sometimes the language, I know what you mean, but how it gets interpreted is something different. We shouldn't be telling Lenny how to put our fund, right?
No, our relationship is with the town manager.
Right.
The town manager's relationship is with the staff.
But we shouldn't be telling John how to tell Lenny how to put our fund.
No, we're the policy guys. So this is why we're here today. We're the vision. We set the tone for the priorities that the town manager then sets. And we're not telling people how to do their business. We're telling people, what our values are and how they should work towards them.
Yeah, the way I break it out is sort of the what and the how. Like, you're informing what should the town government be doing, like what's most important, what should we focus on? but then the department heads are really the experts at how do we get done what the boards over time want us to do. And that's really sort of why we want to have more of this kind of dialogue, just so that it's all in our heads. Like, where is it that we want to be going 20 years from now? Because it's difficult, even in a role as a town manager or as a department head, to be always thinking out that longer term. That's where, like, I think you all can bring a lot of value. And I know it's hard because you have, one-year terms or 3-year term, but you're still representing, like, you talk to everybody in town, and you know a lot of people in town, and it's sort of, when you get stopped in co-op farms and somebody says, like, where's this board taking us? That kind of a conversation. It's like, that's the sort of thing that Sue and I are like, oh, do you think we could get to something like that with this board here? Is this board leading us someplace that, out beyond your impact, but where is it that
And I can imagine, and I'm sure we can all envision a situation where the town manager took things upon himself and didn't involve the select board in those decisions. And that could be a huge problem.
I'd like to suggest that I think this will be perhaps even clarified more by talking about specific things and seeing how this discussion ramifies in problem solving or adopting some kind of vision on a specific topic. So I like this line of thinking, but it would be even more interesting to me to see how it applies to some of the specific department head comments, et cetera.
I mean, so do you want to go back one slide to the word close?
Yep.
So, like, on the right-hand side, some of the words that I know I stuck on there were like inclusive, affordable, accessible, right? And so, like, I do have a vision of Brattleboro that, strives towards inclusivity, affordability, accessibility. And the question of how to, reach those goals, I guess, is one that often feels beyond me as one person, right? I don't have all of the skills and knowledge that I need to bring that about. I also don't have the power to bring that about, right? So it's a collective effort. So like, I think getting clearer on at least what a consensus is for a vision does then drive a policy direction. And my experience, what is it, 4 years, is that like there's usually one or two big policy decisions in the course of 1 year that the board like actively makes or chooses not to make, right?
This is our 50.
Is it? And then underneath all that work or alongside that work, there's everything else that gets done, whether we say something about it or not.
Right.
Because there's two pieces, or at least two pieces to the town government, right? There's town operations, and then there's policy direction by elected leaders.
And then we are the check.
Yeah.
We're the check on operations.
And I have a good example of what you were talking about, Dennis. We want inclusivity, and the planning department took that and amended the zoning regulations, to promote housing, to promote housing across the board. And not only is it good for our town, but it's also cited as a leader in attracting more housing within the state. Not all of us are zoning experts, but what Sue did.
So most of us are not.
Yes, what Sue did was really a leadership in terms of using the town policies to attract more housing.
And we're talking about sort of like bylaw modernization, that kind of work.
Mm-hmm.
And we have made some, as a select board, right, there's like some approval of like moving towards that, and then there's still further stuff to come.
Yeah.
But a lot of that work, I mean, I guess I'm just trying to kind of peel back the layers for the public here, that a lot of that work is happening at the staff level, but will
Planning.
require, okay, so there you
Commission.
go, commission, which is supported by staff, right, but it's like the direction is given by the commission, who are a bunch of appointed folks.
Who feel very strongly, share the same values, you know, as you mentioned, in terms of inclusivity, the planning commission.
But if what the planning commission proposes and then staff or the planning department recommends, the select board is not something that the select board feels
Right.
inclined to do, then, as Ian said, like the select board acts as a potential check. Potential.
Yeah.
In reality, it's often like, yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you.
Well, and the reason, the reality is often, yeah, that's great, because those undercurrents are operating towards, I think, kind of an unspoken vision that like everybody kind of agrees on about
Right.
a lot of these things, right?
But
Yeah,
it is unspoken.
it is, agreed, and that's, I think, one of the roles here is,
Yeah.
You know, although, you know, when I was on the planning commission, the
You were on
select
the
board,
Were you on the DLB?
the select board rejected many of our recommendations.
There you go.
And it was shocking,
Uh-huh.
but that's what they did.
huh, Yeah.
And that's entirely within their right.
And it's entirely within their right.
Ours.
And then we went back and
Yeah.
huddled.
was it for like, I guess,
I'll tell you all
yeah,
about it.
Well, I mean,
But that's
I think, to your point, I mean, it's kind of important to know, right? Because one of the things that confuses me is, am I an elected official to represent the people who voted me in? So I need to hear from every single one of them. Am I making a decision based on their trust in voting for me as a single individual as to what's best for the town? I mean, that's confusing for me.
I would pick the latter.
well, that,
I mean, you can't speak for
that's,
everybody.
no, I mean,
No, I see now, I understand that picking the latter is the easiest thing.
No, picking the latter is the hardest thing because in picking your own judgment, which you can assume that you were elected for your own judgment, rather than taking a poll of people and, you know, saying, you know, this many people said this. And that may go against what your beliefs are.
so I'm
This
just,
is balancing those.
that's political philosophy, right? What is the right way to have a democratic system? Direct democracy, direct, all that stuff. Sure. There isn't a right answer. You're not going, there is not a right answer to that question. So I think the fact that like, that is very much an element of being an elected official is sort of feeling that tension between, and do people elect my gut, or do people elect my mouth and my voice and what I am there to speak for them, so I need to know what they want me to say,
Right.
or do they elect me for what I'm going to say? I really believe that it's probably somewhere in between.
I agree with you, and I think it's a case-by-case basis. I do think that there are certain things that you know there's an overwhelming, if you're taking position B, but the overwhelming community is in position A, the overwhelming community has been vocal about it, have talked to you about it, have written letters about it, done interviews about it, and it's just overwhelming, but you're sort of thinking, but B is the better option.
And then you need to speak to why B is the better option in your opinion and let the public decide whether to re-elect you the following year if you choose to.
And that's the other check.
Because, you know, the public, it's not monolithic, and they can inform your decision making.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we're like,
try to pull it back
It's good,
to,
yeah,
maybe
we're cold.
maybe some of the things to kind of, I mean,
This is my role on the board to make sure that things jettison.
So maybe I'll put out a couple of facts and see which ask a couple of questions. But Daniel mentioned being inclusive and affordable. So Brattleboro has had a population that hovers around 12,000 for the past 50 years. Do you think that there are forces at play that's going to mean that we are growing, or that they're going to stay the same, or do you think that we're gonna shrink? So what is the population that we're planning? Because affordable might be different if we're seeing growth,
Yeah.
as opposed to if we think we're going to.
Yeah. I would like to see growth, but it's hard to imagine how that would be possible given the challenges of building more housing. You know, I mean, like the work that the commission and your department has been doing around making increased density possible is good, and it's also like not quite at the scale that's going to lead to a big change in population. And I'm not saying we need to grow, but you know, we need to double in size, but like I think that growth would be good for this town.
Well, I agree, and I think we're sitting in the nexus of where growth could occur, and we really need to encourage that. But one of the things that I took from the housing report and the kind of case studies that walking tours that the planning department had was we need housing across the board, worker housing, even luxury housing. We need housing in all income levels to support the potential growth, you know, that the workforce requires.
Do you have thoughts on
Is that something that's generally shared by this whole board? That sort
Well, I
of
think this is one of the major
Yeah.
topics for town government, including the select board, to be thinking about. But it's a long-term question. It's not what are we going to do this year. It's, you know, what can the select board do over the next 10 years that would encourage both economic growth in terms of business development and also availability of housing. And those are two distinct but very much related questions. To me, it kind of comes back to what the select board can actually do that's meaningful, and what the town administration can do that's meaningful in encouraging those things. We're not going to start businesses. We're not going to build houses. So what is our role in seeing that those things happen?
Show me that chart.
Are you building houses?
I'm not.
You're not. I think the zoning example is a really good one, and it's been, I don't know if accomplished, but at least addressed in a very significant way, of saying, yeah, we want things to look more like this in terms of where housing can be built, as an example. But is there anything beyond that that we can or should be doing to help that happen? There are various initiatives underway. There's the idea that we should build a gigantic building on the hill out there, which has a lot of attractive
Not immediately on this.
attributes to it and has some challenges associated with it. What's the select board's role in addressing those kinds of issues, which is very distinct from, what's the developer's role in addressing those issues? What is the business community's role? How do we attract people who have pots of money to build a business and convince them that this is the place to do it? I think those are things I'd like to hear about in terms of our real long-term issues to think about. And in the meantime, we've got a lot of short-term issues that we got to think about as well that are really where my attention is more focused at this point.
I would just add to that, Franz, that the state government has a big role to play in those things, especially with housing and economic development. They have pots of money right now that we should be examining and helping our growth by directing people to where the money is.
And I would say John and I have been talking about bringing a housing report to the select board, so we can get into that at a select board meeting about that. I want to bring it back to the growth question and see if there is consensus that the desired vision for Brattleboro is to grow and not necessarily double, but.
So I wanted to get back to the question too. So the question of change, is Brattleboro going to change? I think it's like an element of this, and the answer is yeah. No matter what we do, it's going to change. I think Vermont is changing, and Vermont is going to look different 20 years from now than it does now. It's more of a question of do we want to be sort of involved in that change in sort of and direct it, or sort of let it happen. I think we should be involved in the direction, and I think the direction we should be towards growth, towards an expanded population. I know that there are people in Brattleboro who don't feel that way, so I really don't want to get like a sense that like that's just like how everybody feels. Oh yeah, Brattleboro should be like this big, like, you know, hub of a community with like, you know, many more people living here, because it's been 12,000 people for 50 years. So an expanded population would change the look of this town. So, but given that, I still believe that that is the right direction for Brattleboro, and for the many reasons that, you know, economic growth and the fact that we want to attract young people to Vermont and Brattleboro and Windham County, you know, and we can be a leader, a municipal leader in Vermont and be like Southern leader. I really feel strongly about that. But I just don't want to lose the fact that that's not, like, that is an opinion. I really believe that's an opinion. So that's where I'm at.
You know, and Ian was just talking about attracting, but also retaining, right? You know, so like one of the drivers of population change is people leaving. And so when younger people leave this community because there are economic opportunities or there isn't like a pathway to housing that seems doable for them, you know, those are big issues, and this is hard for the municipal government, I think, to like have much impact on it on its own, but they're done in collaboration with, you know, like economic development agencies, housing agencies, you know, but as a goal, right, I would love for more young people to feel that staying in Brattleboro, you know, in their 20s is actually like viable.
I appreciate, you know, that you brought up teasing out the details of the population as well. You know, because a lot of times I would just think that every decade everybody just got 10 years older. And there's a certain amount of that, you know. I mean, the state of Vermont, you're very much an older population. So we do want to attract young people. And I think that we have attracted a more diverse population. But there is also young people leaving, and also people feeling that the tax burden is too much, and you know, move to greener taxing pastures. And so I think we need to be mindful of that, because like that's a middle class loss as well.
You know, one of the things I always jokingly say, but I'm serious, is that change is good right up until it happens, right? It's, things change. You know, what happened 20 years ago is not going to happen today. It's a different world and a different society. Growth doesn't mean that you have to expand by numbers so much. You just have to maybe offer more within your footprint that would attract more people in. You know, when you look around to the communities that surround us, these are the things that I pay attention to. Tinsdale is actively seeking businesses and you know, doing promotional things about bringing your business over the bridge on the other side to operate in tax-free New Hampshire. You know, these are things I think that will affect our growth. As somebody said, you know, keeping our population sort of in a neutral 12,000, which is fine, right? Because I don't think that you have to up it to 15,000, 16,000 to see the growth. Being able to lower the cost of housing so that you can retain people is really, I think, is gonna, where you see that growth is by dropping that number. If the average worker, if we're gonna just call them a worker, is getting paid $20 to $25 an hour, and they have to work half a month just to pay their rent, they're not gonna stay. It's just too hard. You know, our cost of living isn't so inexpensive that they can pay a higher rent and everything else is cheap. It's just not that way. I know that it costs something like, what was the number, I heard, like $300 a square foot to build a home, you know, and more. And the average cost of the person that you're asking to move into it can really only afford $100, you know, of that. So you're really looking at a third of what it costs to build the home is what you can realistically sell it to retain a population.
Yes, nobody can buy a house for what it costs to build.
Right, but then those get extended into rents as well.
Yes.
You know, there's a new word being thrown around about workforce housing, which is just is brilliant in concept, but if it's not making the worker that has to rent that space affordable for that person, they're not going to stay.
But that's where the state comes in,
Yes.
because the only housing that's being built here is low and moderate income housing because it's subsidized.
Right.
And the interesting part about, you know, the Winston Prattle plant or any other plant is that if you have a plant that is not solely focused on low and moderate housing, how do you get the state aid to build any other type of housing? And so that's what I understand the newest housing laws have alternatives so that workforce housing can be built with state subsidies, because otherwise, no housing.
But what do we as a select board do that will influence that? How do we conduct as a body to influence that right thing happen?
Well,
And I think that's sort of where this conversation is going this afternoon. But I would say that it was interesting, a couple of us went to this economic summit, and I thought a powerful vision that was expressed there was make Windham County attractive to 25 to 34-year-olds. If you can do that, you solve like a ton of problems and it's all the stuff you're talking about, Peter, but you know, it's like, if you have that really compelling vision like that, something you all can talk about and then relate it to a question comes before the board, an opportunity at the state, you know, talking with the legislators, or, you know, then it's like you have something really powerful you can latch onto and say, that's our priority, that's what we're going for.
What we sell here, I think, what our advantage to a lot of communities, and we're not dissimilar to a lot of our communities, is the lifestyle choice, right? Kind of a nice place where there's not a bunch of traffic, and there's a nice little downtown, and you have hiking trails and places to go biking and go skiing, go canoeing, go swimming. It's a lifestyle choice. So when I was running for the school board, I went and talked to every principal or school administrator, and their difficulty attracting, because the number you just threw out is the ideal person to come in and begin to teach, right? And their difficulty to bring these people in. And it seems to fall into the sort of marketing and messaging bucket about what we have to offer. But of course, you can market and message this until the cows come home, but if they've got no place affordable to live, you're dead.
Right. And, you know, we see every day people wanting to come to this community for all the reasons that you just mentioned, but struggling to find housing that they can afford to move into.
here's exhibit A.
There's one of them, right? And this guy gets paid enough, right? He should be able to afford that. So it's not even just about money, right? It's about availability.
No, exactly. It's
Yeah.
about availability and then.
Well, it's affordability and ability.
Yeah,
right?
well, that was what I was going to say. I mean, John's fortunate he's able to make a decent wage, and that opens up a bunch of options for him. But like I said, when we were talking about what the community needs the most, we're police officers. All right. So our police officers are paid at a wage that we need decent, affordable housing for them to live in. And how do we do that? And again, it just comes back to what Liz said. So I feel we have the opportunity to shake that cage to get it happen. It's not within our purview to make that change, but it is in our purview to enforce that change happens.
It's within our purview for the planning department to advise potential developers of what these, positive zoning changes are. They can help interpret what the new state funding laws are. They can do a lot.
Yeah, I worked with Sue a while back on a project that I was trying to work on, and I can tell you that from a planning and zoning and all of that, I would if I was able to pull it off, which is still in flux and probably won't happen, but I didn't find any resistance coming from the town side.
I wouldn't expect you to.
No, but no, I'm just saying, so the influence has to kind of, as you alluded to, get pushed up the chain. And what do we do to ensure it gets pushed up the chain? How high do we turn the heat up? What would we do?
I mean, not the only players in the game here. Like, the town administration wrote to the state administration the other day, and we have relationships with legislators, at both the state and federal level, and, can say, we're trying to achieve X, and this policy that you're, talking about here is actually not going to help with that, or would help with that, and so yes, please, or please not. I think sometimes, like, in the select board role, you kind of, like, get a little bogged down in, like, it's all just select board, but, like, we're part of a larger ecosystem of government and non-governmental, folks who are trying to achieve something similar. And so, like, if we did have a vision that we could all share and sign into, it would be clearer and easier for us to say, hey, State General Housing Committee, like, this policy that you're trying to enact totally contradicts our vision, or like totally, will bring it about. Yes or no?
I think that's a very good. I think that's something that the select board can do that we don't do often.
So we always used to say that we were bright congressmen, right? And so, I mean, I am a cynic to the end of my days about writing a letter. I think a letter is a great start. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that.
It's about relationships.
I think we can all text
I
our
am not
congresswoman, we know her all.
What's that?
I think we all know our congresswoman, we can text her.
Yeah, no, and that's fine, but, at what point does she, she knows it's important. I completely entrust pretty much any elected official we have within this state, within this county. I trust to act in this county and the state's behalf. I do. But, just every time you hit this new level of government, like you feel like you're hitting your,
There's resistance.
you're hitting your head on a ceiling.
Sure.
And that's very frustrating when it comes down here, because we're the people who stand next to the people who are elected us that are buying the same jug of milk that we're buying. And when you start talking about EMS, you start talking about the parking garage, you start talking about why they're tearing up sidewalks, and we're supposed to have the answers to all of that.
I want to try to pull back on this again. I mean, some of the words I heard in the conversation were obviously we talked about growth and a little undefined as to how big that should be. We don't need to be specific, and there was a lot to talk about affordability. Housing is one piece of it. Taxes. I think those are kind of keywords for a vision if there's consensus on those two.
I don't know. I'm trying to find my voice in this. I feel like as someone who's in the 25 to 34-year-old bracket who lives in Brattleboro, I should have something profound to say about this. I don't really. I feel like basically Brattleboro has some things to leverage as far as what makes it very unique, but it's mostly comes down to not being able to live here because it's too expensive. And then also that Vermont is a very expensive place. And I grew up here, and moved away because it was too expensive. And then my partner and I, who also grew up in Vermont, decided to come back here, and we had to make very specific decisions about how to live here and try to make it viable. And that involved living in my parents' house for a long time because it was not. So I think the one thing I just want to remind the board of is that we don't have to do this work, in my opinion. That theoretically, this municipal government, if you look at our charter, we plow the roads, we make sure that the sidewalks are fixed, we answer those questions about EMS, we do those things because that's what we are by statute and by charter doing. But it's this, we enter the arena of these bigger questions because it's what's good for the town. And so I think one of the difficulties being on the board is having to hold both of those things at once. And because we still do have a responsibility to the roads, a responsibility to EMS, I don't think that it's very clear how to do both of them and do them both effectively. And I have people who come up to me and say that we're too engaged in the larger question. I'm like, look at the road, look at Western Ave. Like, why aren't you taking care of these roads? Like you're talking about all this economic growth and stuff, but like you're not doing the basic stuff. And so I think there's.
But I would dispute that.
Well,
right?
Of course. No, but
we love doing that.
But it's an important element of. No, I'm not trying to throw. I'm not. Sorry. I'm just sort of sharing my experience is that it really you do have to hold both, and I think that there are communities in Vermont that don't enter the arena of looking at the future. They are just we're focused on making sure these very clear, tangible municipal values and things are being achieved. And that's it. And the rest of it, well, we hope it works. So we are choosing to enter this other arena, and it's difficult, but part of this today is trying to be more effective and clear-minded and precise about where we're going. And that's, I don't know, I think I agree with all of that. I don't really know how you put taxes into, because I also think that we have to pay for them. So we could cut taxes immensely if we got rid of all of our desire to be in this arena.
Actually, though, isn't our desire to be in the arena more of an advocacy role? Because we don't really directly affect.
Yeah, but even the advocacy costs money to do, in my opinion, because it involves, a lot, not much.
Yeah. Well, if you compare, as our home search guru will tell us, if you compare, the tax rate in Brattleboro to the surrounding towns, it's clear. And then, it was.
But aren't we the 7th largest tax rate, 7th largest town?
But if you're trying to move to this locality, it's an issue. But then I was reading an article in the Times about how people are leaving coastal cities. Let's say people are leaving New York. Are they going to move here? No, because we don't have a big enough differential in the standard of living for people to move here for that reason.
I don't know. That's literally what I did. And I do meet a lot of people, and also I think the generation, that came here in the 60s and 70s would oftentimes move in from sort of larger centers on the East Coast, and
those are hippies. That's
not entirely. I would say my in-laws are not exactly hippies. And they were people that moved here in 1969, and then my wife grew up in Newfane, right? And I live here because my wife is from this surrounding area, and then we decided after living in Glasgow, Scotland, London, and then New York City to move to some place with a different quality of life, right? A little slower, a little smaller, but also more pleasant, more access to relaxing things, more affordable housing, right? So even though I want to kind of say that my story isn't necessarily everybody else's story, right? It's just my story. And it's a few years ago now, and the housing situation did change drastically in the last few years. But it is still relative to living in, say, New York City, more affordable to come here and make a life. And because of changes into how we work, it's also possible that you can kind of do your work here and still retain your employment in one of those larger urban centers, and I guess Boston is one. I never think about Boston. Let me just finish.
I would like to finish, and then I would like to.
And then Elizabeth, was kind of talking about, we talked about that topic of taxes very briefly, and the tax rate in our town compared to surrounding towns, right? And it's also like, you've got to respect the fact that the surrounding towns have very few services in comparison to what we have. And tax rate is a product of like the services that we provide.
They do, but they don't.
Right. And then, you know, what we see as a hub for this area is that folks in Boston, Vernon, Newfane, Marlborough, you know, and even Kingsdale and Chesterfield are actually coming here to access employment, recreation opportunities, you know, cultural things. And so I'm sure there's a point to make about some of all that, but like, but it's an observation, right? It's like, you know, we don't exist in a bubble. And like, people might move to Vernon, and they're not moving only because of Vernon. It's because like Vernon is close to Brattleboro, and so like there's a benefit to the services that we provide. Except
The rural version.
We don't get- Let me pay for it.
Well, we get, you know, we get sales tax revenue and rooms and meals tax revenue. And we get, you know, population that's beyond just the 12,000 that live in our borders.
And that's more along the lines of kind of the growth that when we talk about that, I mean, they might not live, right? You know, talking to John, he's had, wants to stay in Brattleboro, he's 4 stories.
We might have to give them away for free, let Franz go.
I find myself growing impatient with the philosophical nature of our discussion thus far. And I think, for me, one of the problems with vision statements is that they provide an easy way to expound on things at tremendous length without actually accomplishing much. So I don't know if we're at some point want to have a vision statement that involves green on, et cetera. To me, it's not that important. But I really do want to talk about specific things that address the types of philosophical concerns that people are expressing. And I also really want, I mean, I don't know what the timing is supposed to be, I don't have that right in front of me, but I'm very eager to hear from the department heads with their thoughts on all this. And are we still ahead of schedule? I guess.
Yeah, so 30 minutes left on this guy.
Yes.
All right.
And so, but can I say one thing, Franz?
Yeah.
So, I appreciate that perspective. This is the first time we've ever sat the select board down and had a discussion at all.
Yeah, but I've heard all these same concerns many times at select board meetings, that we're a hub community, that our taxes are based on providing services to people who don't pay property tax. So,
Yeah, but that's in discussion as an item in the select board. This is discussing all
I know,
together. I
I'm
think it's
just
very
saying, I really,
The
I don't want to
philosophy
complain too much,
defines
but I want to
ownership.
complain a little bit that we get to something that feels more substantive. So that's.
Is that you being vulnerable?
No, that's not being on the attack.
Yeah, I would also say that maybe being on the attack in a situation like this isn't particularly helpful.
Right.
No, I think it's a way of being
It's
vulnerable, it's being who I am, with saying what I have to say. And
Yes.
so you can ignore it.
Right, but I would say,
We don't want it, the one thing we don't get to do, I think, as individuals, is say you don't get to feel a certain way. Right? I don't think anybody has that right to say,
It's how you express it.
how, you know, and all that, but I can tell you, as serving on nonprofit boards and sitting through hundreds of these meetings, that these philosophical questions and statements and opinions form the mission.
Okay, so you really find this worthwhile?
I do. I think it's really good. You know, you gave me, you know, I know a little bit more about Liz now. I know a little bit more about Dan. Ian hasn't said much, so I don't know him much better. But so.
I think
you know,
he has attributes.
He's our target.
I know. He's our guy. He is. It's our one win.
But it's a good point, Peter, because like I same thing. I feel like I'm hearing where some of you want to head, but I'm not sure where you want to go, Franz. Where do you want to go?
He just wants to throw up a business that says growth, equality, and rivers. That's Brattleboro.
It's all right.
Don't put words in his mouth, let's hear from you.
I actually, you know, as I say, I don't care about vision statements that much, because I think in most cases, They provide boilerplate statements of
They do.
just nice, what warm fuzzy feelings. And to me, what is special about this opportunity today is to get into a deeper look, not a more broad look, at the questions that are facing us. Now, some of them are long-term, like housing, and if we're having a discussion of what the select board can do to address housing issues over the long term, I'm totally in that. And also, what do we need to do right now about problems that we're looking right up front?
Agreed.
So that's my orientation to what would be really great about the discussion.
If you were opening a business and you were going to go to a bank and get loans, go to the DCC, they're going to require a business plan. So you have to go through the arduous process of putting all your thoughts and ideas down into a business plan. And then you get your business and you open your business and then you literally take that business plan and shove it in the bottom drawer and you close it. To your point, mission statements are a lot like that. But it's always important to have this thing to lean back on and look at it and go, oh yeah, it's always that sort of a reminder posted.
Yeah, and if other people are finding this discussion valuable, I don't think we should stop having it. I just wanted to say, what my feelings are.
Yeah.
It's great.
And without a vision, apparently this is our 5th year. Liz and I started at the same time, right? And what I've observed on the board is that, and I can only speak from my own experience of doing it, right? But there's oftentimes something very short term in front of you, right? And because we have a pretty large staff, you can be a little removed from the nuts and bolts, right? If we were the select board in Newfane, we would be much more involved in how the roads go, right? I devolve all of that stuff to public works because they have expertise and I don't need to worry about it. And if we were getting into a situation where I'm hearing all of a sudden from community members about roads, I'd say to John, hey John, these people are all telling me that they're really mad about this particular stretch of road. And then you'd talk to Dan, and Dan would say, well, here's what we're doing about it. And then I'd go back to the community members, right? And that's just very operational, functional, but it has nothing to do with vision, right? That's gonna happen whether you want it or not. But the vision setting has never happened in the time that I've been on the board. And even select board goals, when Ian spoke about the select board goal process at the beginning, I immediately wanted to say, no, that's not how it was actually. Last year's process where we actively engaged in a multi-meeting conversation about our goals was the first time we'd even done that. Previously it was Peter said, here are your goals, do you want to add anything or change anything? And my understanding of that is that those goals really came from staff. So it's not like staff's voice was absent. And I always had a problem with the fact that our select board goals were not really ours. They were sort of given to us and you were told,
There were things that
these are
were
important.
priority.
Right, and then we usually kind of added or affirmed yes, this piece is super important to this particular board. But there's a lack of vision, I would say, as a collective. And I'm not blaming us for that. That's just kind of a fact. And thinking about stuff that's been controversial over the last few years, community safety was controversial. The decision about the security deposit ordinance change was controversial. And those were both things that revealed maybe what a vision might be for 3 people on the board. But that vision had never been kind of fully revealed in advance of that, right? So I do want to have an affordable and accessible community, and so I know that within myself. And so when I voted, however way I voted, I do remember, to be honest, about the security deposit ordinance. Oh my God. I was doing that with that personal kind of vision, in my heart and head. But I think I was hashing out what a vision that 3 of us can get behind, ideally 5 of us, would help us with policy making in the next couple of years.
I would
It's a
agree.
long-winded way of saying something.
Well, but if we're going to have a vision statement, if that's the goal of what we're doing right now,
That's what we're
then
doing.
let's put then let's put a vision statement
Work
together.
That's we're sussing that out.
Sue's listening and she's pulling things in from what we're all discussing, and I'm imagining that she's going to probably speak again at some point about where we're at.
And then we'll have a vision statement.
Well, we're going to talk about it.
Okay.
It's seriously.
No,
No, but I mean, but seriously, it wasn't clear to me that that's what we're doing right now, is actually putting together a vision statement rather than just kind of airily talking about it.
This
And I
is,
think
this is how you,
you want
wow.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to
It
build
could
a
be if you're
conversation
following.
and not clamp down too much and try to pick out those pieces, so I'm sorry if I didn't do that.
No, I just didn't realize that there was a concrete goal.
Let me just say that it's important for us to know what our unified vision is. It's important for the staff to know what our unified vision is. And it's important for the community to know what our vision is. So let's come up with
Yeah, so let's just move forward here. What we're doing right now is we are creating. I'm imagining we're trying to sort of build a vision statement. I don't know if we're going to get a definitive like language right now. Maybe we're going to come back with come back to the select board meeting and hey, this is what we think the vision statement is based on all the discussion, and we can talk about that. And if it's not, then we can modify it. Obviously, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think if I could just clarify a little bit, I think it's more important right now to talk about concepts. Statements, I don't know, maybe we'll get to that, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Maybe, probably not.
Concepts, yeah.
So instead, it's like, it's things like, what, a perfect example to me is the way our water supply was developed. So William Crowell, Cole in the 1800s, he had a vision for this town and what was going to sustain this town. That didn't happen over one select board or two select boards or three select boards, but that was a huge, dynamic, really big picture thinking type of vision that was held in this town. And the thing we were hoping for is, what is that now? What is that today? What is it in 20 years from now? You want people to look back and say, my God, that select board in 2023 really started us off on this direction that's super, it did such a great thing for this town. But that's, I think, what we're looking for from you all.
No pressure.
Why don't we take like 5 minutes?
Great.
Is that just a quick break? Because I'll probably just use a quick break, a little chance to think, and then come back, and we'll have about 10 minutes to kind of throw that stuff out. And you did all answer a question, about what is your big audacious goal, and I can remind you of those responses.
Great. So
Just came back.
Nothing. It's from this kind of develop
We only yell at each other
it.
for the rest of us and take a 5-minute break. You will make it.
That's great. I'm gonna take my 5 minutes.
All right, so when Peter, join us in a minute. When we left off, John had given a great example of John Kroll? William Kroll, who had the great idea, for a water system.
Was he a public official or just a private individual who had that vision?
I don't even know if he was ever a select board.
Private, Dan said he was private.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's important or not, but I mean, to me, that's more an example of a business person deciding that this was the right time to make an investment in what became public infrastructure, but which probably for Kroll was a money-making opportunity. Totally in favor of that.
Not sure.
But
the Elon Musk of Brattleboro.
yeah, and I'm not sure how that relates to what the select board can do in the current day, but
I think we can recognize a good idea when we hear it.
yeah, okay.
But it's kind of like, you've heard the story about the road to Abilene. So everyone jumps on the train, and you get everyone behind something, and you're going. You just got to do the next thing. You got to make the next decision. The next decision. You're all jumping on the train to Abilene, and then you realize, I don't want to go to Abilene. And you've made all these decisions that kind of get you there. but you never thought about where you wanted to get on the train to go to begin with. And that's sort of what this conversation is about. Is where do you want the train to go, Franz? Then we can answer the question.
I like the 25 to 34-year-old train,
Okay.
because that really does focus attention on something that in other discussions, would be, hey, wait a second, we really need to think about whether this is attractive to young people who want to live in Brattleboro and become part of the structure here. So yeah, I really like that as a goal. I'm not sure it's exactly a vision. I don't know. I mean, it's just, I guess it's all we're talking about, so we can just talk about it.
Well, and another one that I was hearing from Peter was around our employees. So do you want this to be a place where your municipal employees can live?
I want it to be a place where all people who are seeking employment can
But where, I
find
mean,
housing that meets their needs.
Yeah, no, I
Especially-
don't disagree with Daniel, but that also includes the town employees.
And, you know, all these are great sentiments, and I think we already agree on them at some perhaps unconscious level, but, you know, I mean, who can look at these vision statements and disagree with any of them? Yeah. So
Me.
which one should we adopt?
Well, I don't think,
They're all
I mean, these are just samples to kind of have you thinking. I think that we will take, the words that you've given us and that we feel there's some sort of consensus and try to write something proposed. But, yeah, I would be interested in your reaction to any of these.
Right.
Do you all think they're good, or
I mean,
there's things?
I think shorter is better. It's hard to remember long things sometimes, but if I'm sitting in a select board meeting and I know that what we're striving for in Brattleboro is a safe, affordable, inclusive community, then I can hold that in my mind as I'm thinking about whatever policy decisions in front of me. Is this leading me towards that or away from it?
Yeah, but I think we're all there already. We all want a safe, affordable, livable community. So if that's written down or that's not written down, that's gonna be my focus.
That's gonna be your focus.
Yeah, but I think it's gonna be your focus. All of it.
But if we all agree, then we can write it down and then we can live by it.
Yeah,
Right.
okay, so, let's go.
Okay, so I heard safe, affordable, inclusive.
And promote sanitation, health, and welfare, and provide cost-effective services. You know, and all this stuff is good, that's my point.
but what's the North Star?
Great, thank you, John.
Yeah, and then the North Star is like, for me, it's like when I go to another community and I'm like, oh my God, this is an amazing place. And I've been thinking about it since the break, like what are those things? And it's usually like first it's like incredibly vibrant downtown, like a lot going on. That's both like, like that cater to me specifically, but then also like other sort of events and things going on. It's a natural resource that's leveraged. So it's like more than just like a beautiful view. It's a incredibly like well-paved bike path with like great signage and like wow, this like interconnects everywhere and like or it's like nature trails, but they're like it's more than just like walking to the woods. It's like this is something that's being like pushed on me, and I'm struck. I have that like moment of like, wow, this is so cool. Like, wouldn't it be incredible if I lived here? I have that when I go to places like Northampton, or when I go
The
to
garage in Northampton.
yeah, no, but like that to me, that's what I'm feeling if I'm thinking about like where do I want to see Brattleboro and what if I'm going to continue to live in this community? What do I want it to look like?
Yeah.
It's something like that. It's like
The ADJOURNMENT Center in Springfield.
something I mean that's
Which center?
The ADJOURNMENT Leisure
Springfield.
Center in Springfield.
I actually find myself
Recreation.
when I'm driving in Springfield to both the ADJOURNMENT Center and their incredible bike path on the river. It's like really cool.
But I mean, if we're gonna talk about Springfield, we also have to talk about Springfield a decade ago. And a decade ago, we're not having this conversation.
No,
in Springfield, right?
But
So
it's
that's exactly,
And I'm not talking
yeah,
about
I mean, that's
Springfield,
kind of
trying to
the
think-
idea.
Right.
Definitely get there, but what is not here?
With they got there with a strong mission statement.
You think? I question that.
No, I will almost guarantee that they did. I made a joke about it, but I will almost guarantee that mission statement, even though it might be tucked in the top drawer, they got there because of this conversation.
And I just want to jump on something Ian said. When you guys interviewed me, I remember when I came here, one of the things I was telling you about was how, when I worked at state parks, we focused on each state park. It's like, what are the 5 things on Sunday afternoon if you're staying at that park? It's like what you want to go do. You have 5 great choices, and it was that was kind of like the vision. It wasn't a written statement or anything. It was just like, it was in the minds of all the staff. Like, what can we do working with the community to create another great opportunity for something wonderful for people to do on Sunday afternoon? And that was the vision. That was it. It's really simple. It worked. It drove a lot of decisions at the micro level where we're going.
And things like bike paths that you mentioned,
Yes.
right? Nice hiking path. These are things that bring people into our community that don't eat at our restaurants, they'll shop at our shops. So these are the things, including these, we'll just, for lack of a better term, we'll just call them amenities, right? That if you go to Colorado, and I always sort of view anytime I go to Colorado, you can make a lot of comparisons to how Colorado towns provide amenities and things like that that we should take a look.
That's why we hired John.
And research says that these are things that 25 to 30.
So what I'm not going to
This
do
is
right now
what
is make a motion that we fund the Whetstone pathway from downtown to
Should not.
the farmer's market. I'm not going to do that right now, but that's what I want to talk about.
But that's not.
May I draw your attention to this lovely item? It's a very nice plan. I know when it was being written and there were public hearings and Daniel and I knew there were really a lot of good ideas that we might want to talk about in our future work.
So like for me, it would be a trail that goes from Montpasset, the top of Montpasset, down over the now pedestrian bridge to whatever we do with the island, whatever New Hampshire does with the island, something really cool, that then goes along the Connecticut River, like down by the tracks, right? A trail that takes us all the way to the West River Trail, and then maybe it continues on, right? There's all this like interconnection, and then maybe that pulls you into the downtown, or that's like.
And that's what I want to talk about.
Well, but this is.
Well, you gotta talk about the Conrail.
That's true. Well, it's hard to talk about, but I'm just, and fine, we'll have a vision statement. I've grown to accept that over the past 5 minutes. And, but to me, it's the details of it and the extent to the select board, that the select board can contribute to the process. I mean, that's what is of real interest.
So say for example, we're talking about a specific project, we're not going to get too involved in the details of the project, right? We're actually going to devolve that to professional town staff and maybe a committee. But we can say, we support this project, right? Or we want this project to, we send a budget to town meeting and town meeting chooses to fund it, right? Yeah. They could always say no, typically don't. But without a vision, you don't get that, right? And so what I heard, right, I said safe, affordable, inclusive, but the stuff that we're talking about here is like quality of life stuff.
Livable.
Right? So yeah, is it livable? Is it
because those things, those safe, affordable, those are base, right? Those are like the very bottom. And like, of course, I agree. Everybody's gonna agree on those things. And so if I'm thinking about what I want Brattleboro to be, it's like I want these like really incredible jewels of like Vermont like communities that I see other places that we could have.
We do Causeway.
We do and we don't.
Well, I think other people come here, and that's what they say about our community. Now, and it's easier to see when you don't have it all the time. You go someplace else and say, wow, that's really cool. But I think we've got our fair share of that stuff.
Yeah, we do.
I think all 5 of us use our town differently.
Of course.
Right? So for me, I'm an avid cyclist, right? So trying to find a place with a wide enough shoulder If I want to ride on the road is one thing, or, you know, if I want to ride on the back road, it's another thing. If I want to ride on the ridge, it's another thing. You know, I mean, I've got different bikes for different applications, but that's how I choose to recreate when I'm out and using my community. And that's, you know, that's where I get to get in my zen. So I use it differently. You and John are runners, so you use it slightly different. I used to run too, so I know how that gets used. I don't do that anymore. But, you know, Daniel, I know you said
I play tennis.
you play tennis.
At 2 private clubs because I don't use the municipal courts for various reasons. But you know, like I want people who don't have access to resources like I do, not like wealthy, but like I'm pretty comfortable,
No, right.
to be able to get the same quality of life experiences that I can choose to have as a private, you know, club member.
All right. Well, it's 11:05.
Yeah.
And I think that I've gotten a lot out of here, a lot of words this last 10 minutes. I think we're moving in a direction where we can at least set the table for today, especially when we're talking about priorities, that you all seem to be on the same page about safe, affordable, inclusive, and quality of life aspects. And, you know, obviously we're hearing a lot about trails and a vibrant downtown. So I think we can work with that for the report and see if we can't come up with something that, if you're willing to sign on to it. That's okay.
It's
Table
just
setting
right.
for
So
us.
that's great. And yeah, and I know some of you are really, we want to get down into some of the nuts and bolts, and that's what this next part is about, is hearing from the department heads really on what their vision is, where they see things over the next couple of years.
So with that, they're individually going to join us, talk about their priorities. Really like to keep this away from digging deep into current operations and that kind of thing, but really just hearing about their vision, where their department is going, as it might help you set some of your priorities this afternoon. So, the Chief Party here, the police department, going to come up and join us. This is the order.
Yeah, thanks.
So when you're talking.
Yes. So maybe present your priorities for this year, the year we're in. Give those conversation questions if you have that, and then Chief will present fiscal year 25 priorities as well.
So right now, for the remaining fiscal year, our biggest priorities and accomplishments have been recruitment. Right now, we are steady working very hard to fill these positions that we have. And we've been getting steady applicants in, and we're doing constant interviews and all boards to try to get people into the academy. We're hoping that we can have the majority of them ready for the summer academy that starts in August. Yesterday, we had one recruit graduate the academy, so he will be coming out starting next week to start his field training, which we're very happy about that. Another thing that we've done is we've been fulfilling the pilot program for the community resource specialist that we talked about in the select boards, and that we've been receiving a lot of positive feedback from the public on that. We have taken one of our candidates that we have prepared for the academy, and we have put him in that position so that he can go around time and interact with the public and answer questions and let what he knows. So we want to continue to fulfill that with our candidates coming in, because we don't like having people that we set them and we want to put them in the academy, and then they have to wait for 6 months, before they can actually start working, because that's how we lose them to other departments and other agencies. What accounts should they learn? There's only 2 academy classes per year. So if we hire somebody, like now, February is over, so the next academy class doesn't go until August. But I try not to have people wait for all of that time, because they could get basically stolen, because no one wants to sit at home waiting to go into the academy. So we try to come up with ways that we can utilize those people now within the community. So another thing is we right now we've started utilizing new technology that is coming out with policing, particularly. We've now just started a new program with our body-worn cameras that we are doing a pilot for. If an officer has to present a use of force tool, such as a taser, if the officer activates that taser, it automatically syncs with their camera. So even if the officer hasn't remembered to turn their camera on, if they activate the camera, if they activate the taser, it turns their camera on. And it also turns on the cameras of other officers that are within that age.
Cool.
You know, just to get more accountability and more, you know, of people being able to see that we are proactive in our response, and to let the community know what we're doing. Yes. Okay. And my major one that I'm very happy about right now is that we were finally able to purchase all apps. I talked about it for 2 years. It took that long for us to get them because they kept changing that technology. So we actually have purchased 5 of them, and 3 of them are actually out on the road right now, and we're training the entire department to be able to utilize them. And we actually had one of our officers use one last week.
Can you explain what that is?
Sure. OLAP is it's a less lethal restraining mechanism that is non-pain compliant, so it doesn't cause any pain to the individual. What it does is that it can maintain to, if you have someone that's acting out, or you have someone that's becoming violent, you can basically send a projectile out towards them that is a cord, and it's the cord will wrap around them. It looks a little bit like a Spider-Man kind of thing.
I was thinking more like Wonder Woman, but.
Yeah, like Wonder Woman. Yeah. And so the idea of it is to restrain them, not to restrain them for a maximum amount of time, to restrain them in enough time for us to restrain them, whether handcuffing or whatever else we need to move to. So I had been, when I first took over here, I had been researching that as another method for us to use for individuals, because we saw so many cases where we have people with mental health crisis. And we don't, you know, we're not looking to hurt people, we just want to get them help. So we're not looking to always have to taser someone. So this was the next step that was available to police agencies all over the country. So I started researching it, and we were finally, we bought them, and we trained in them. And like I said, we had our first deployment last week, and it was successful. We were able to wrap the individual. And by the time the officers put their handcuffs on him, he just was like, "Oh, that didn't even hurt," So it's, it's great when we can use that kind of tool. So we're very, very happy about that. Let's see. So far we are looking at my goal for just in how many officers think, because everyone, our staff is so short. So my goal was between 8 to 10. And it looks like we are moving really, really good with that goal right now. I think we will have probably 5 that we can send to the academy in August, which is a major accomplishment. So, and we already have 2 that we are planning to send to the February academy. And the only reason that is that they have to wait is because of their age. Because you have to be 21. And I think that it bodes well for us that we have 2 young people that have come in and applied for my department. In fiscal year 24, we're hoping to be fully staffed by that time. We have, we have the capital plan takes care of the ballistic vest, the radios, and our replace of our patrol vehicles. I've also, if you go back, I've also hired an ACO, an animal control officer now, and she's in training. It does take a long while for them to train not as long as it takes us to train an officer, which takes over a year to get an officer out while she's working. But the ACO that we finally picked after many interviews with ACO applicants, I think we've made a great choice. And she actually will be going through 2 weeks of training that are more in depth for her position. And we've also had her, we sent her to National Animal Control Officer Academy. And she actually passed both her classes in that, so she's actually a nationally known animal control officer too at this time. She's already been out in the community and working with people, helping them, people that forget to get their licenses, and she's helping people remember their license, and she's actually taking food out to some people who can't afford to feed their pets, working with the Humane Society. So we're hoping that her training will come to an end by the summer, and then that way we can offer other programs to people, because we don't want our ACO to just be seen upon as someone who is just here for enforcement. We want to also have the idea from the community that we're also here to help people that may not know how to take care of their animals properly. So we're working on that. We also have, I promoted to a assistant chief, so we are hoping for our recruitment to also fill the detective lieutenant position. We are doing recruitment internal and external for that, and we've actually had a couple of out-of-state candidates that have shown interest, and we will be setting up interviews with them in the future. For 24, we're seeing that we will probably have an unforeseen purchase. We have a very in-depth evidence program that is dying because it's at its last legs, because it hasn't been updated in 10 years. So what we're seeing is now it's causing us some issues as far as our logging and keeping track. We have to do everything manually, which is taking more hours for us to be able to do that. And so we're going to be looking to upgrade that system at some time in the near future, because we do have a massive amount of evidence. And so that we're talking about with it's probably going to have an initial fee of $2,500, but then it will be a monthly charge for us to continue to pay for it. We also want to upgrade our, we want to get to, for fiscal year 25, we sat down with Wyndham County's Safe Place. And because my detectives handle almost all, not quite all, but most sexual assault cases with Wyndham County Safe Place. So we have partnered with them to purchase what's called a Great Key software. And it's going to be a software we'll be able to use to enhance our abilities to do more investigations from locked mobile devices. We've already met with them, and they've agreed to pay for half of that. So it's an $11,000 purchase for fiscal year 25, because they've already paid for this year for us. So we appreciate that. But we agreed that we'll be looking for $6,000 to help us pay for it in the future.
I'm sorry, can you explain more what that software does?
The Great Keys, it's a software that helps us to be able to go into mobile devices that are locked for investigation purposes. So also for fiscal year 25, we will look at, because of training, I haven't asked for an increase in training budget for now 2 years. It's going to be 2 years now, but I see that may have to increase for fiscal year 25, simply because of the changes of the state laws and the different trainers we have to keep up with for the state. Some of them I can't bring people in to train us on the level that the state is going to want us to maintain. So I see that as really something that we'll be having to look at. I've been fortunate that I've been able to pool resources with other departments and bring people in to train as long as I give them the space to train in, because that gives us a discount on some of the trainings we've had. We've had de-escalation training, mostly fair and impartial policing training, stuff like that. We've been able to host that. So that's kept our tips for that well. And also, hopefully, like I said, the community resource specialist, we've started as a project, I think in 25. we probably, if all things work well, and I've sent all of the people that I keep sticking into that position into the police academy, then we will be looking to keep that position as a civilian position. That's it.
Could you tell us more about your vision for that position?
What we see as that position is what we already started doing. So we've had that person that's filling it now go walk around and introduce himself to people downtown, to go to the businesses and talk to them and offer them assistance that may not be needed by a police officer. And if they're just not sure about certain statutes that they might not know about, or if they ask questions about how, am I supposed to keep my front of my place cleaned or shoveled or what have you. Little things like that that are just more like he has more time to actually help them understand these things. Whereas my officers are just short time because there's so much on patrol. We've had him meet with people that come in to do minor reports, like maybe they have a loss of found report or they have fender bender, and they didn't want to wait for a police officer to show up and there's no injuries. They can come to the station, they can fill out a report, and that person can come out and do the report for them because we have them have access to our court system, and also they have security clearance that they can take that information and put it in, log it in. And we also are training that person to be able to do fingerprinting, because we do fingerprinting for people that are coming in for jobs. So those are non-investigatory fingerprints. So that's a thing we can have a civilian do without having to pull a police officer to do it. So those kind of community services, basically, that we're utilizing the police to do those and still have to carry their workloads for patrol. So with this position, they have to have a certain level of clearance in certain aspects. They have to be trained to a certain level, but these are things that don't really reach to an emergent kind of situation, so we can have this person be able to take some of that load off of the officers.
Right. And I think, you described it in this current budget season as a pilot program, right? And you just kind of talked about potentially it being something that you want to see hire specifically for going forward. You're gonna love this thing. I work for an organization where our staff are described as kind of the same thing, a community resource specialist, and our way of thinking about that is, connecting people with resources. Oftentimes it's, low to moderate income people you need connecting with benefits or programs and that kind of thing. So do you see this position as sort of somebody who's pretty knowledgeable about that kind of world as well?
Well, we knew that there were some places, I didn't know who the specifics were, but that's one of the things that we've been researching. What is already being offered in the town, and what can our position do to enhance, not only enhance that, so maybe I might have my person that might say, there's a place that you can go and find these resources already, but also the idea was for it to be a position that just everything, the police officers didn't have to come back.
Right, it's reducing the burden on sworn officers, and I totally understand that, and I can see why that's valuable. I think there's also added value potentially, almost like as a street outreach position. I think Burlington has some similar kinds of roles.
Burlington has, they have actually two different positions. They have a CSL and they have a CSO. They have a community support officer. We tried to move away from calling them officers of any type in Brattleboro. And then what we did was we read their job descriptions for each of those positions. One of them was a CSL, which you actually have to have training in mental health to be in that position. And we looked at what the parameters were for each of those positions and how we could meld most of those minor, I don't want to say minor, but non-emergent jobs to be tailor-made for our community.
Norma, when you spoke to the select board about the budget, you talked about how the most pressing crime was sexual assault. And we see that more and more every day. And yesterday I met with the Safe Place people. Can you tell us a little more about what we can do to combat those crimes?
Right now, it's information sharing, because, you know, we meet weekly with Safe Place, and that is just on my level, that we meet with them at Safe Place, but my detectives are really dealing with Safe Place on a daily, unfortunately. And so one of the things that I see for the future of the department is that be able to promote another detective, because right now I have 4 people that are dealing with so many open cases, and my detectives have become basically so expert at performing these types of investigations that they're the ones that are always requested. So when that happens, you can't pick and choose which investigations you want to do. So they do the investigations for that. They also do our normal investigations for any crimes, major crimes that are committed in Brattleboro. And it's unfortunate, we do have a couple of homicide investigations right now. And they also investigate for the burglaries. You know, we've just made some arrests for some of the burglary suspects that were hitting downtown. And unfortunately, there's been a new wave of new people that are hitting people's houses now. So it's a constant, you know, when you say, what can you do? It's just like having meetings like this where I can come to the select board and say, I need this, or I need this funding for this, or I need to start this type of program, because it's constantly changing.
Do you see any outside of like fiscal year 24, 25, like down the road, things for the department that maybe could be important priorities for the board to be thinking about?
Yeah, well, absolutely, because of the changing dynamics of policing are just so, you know, let me back up. The changing dynamics in the town that are going on right now are going to affect a lot of the changing dynamics in how we police the town. Mm-hmm. You know, and trying to maintain the relationship within the community and still be the police.
Yeah.
So that I see as, that's going to be things that we're going to come to the select board to say, well, you know, this has happened and we need to address this. You know, we've been doing that even with some of our meetings that we've already been having with certain entities within the town. Yeah. But it becomes harder to maintain just one way of thinking. So we have to be very, very open-minded about how we talk about policing, so to speak. Because we don't want to be, and this is one of the things that I make sure that I make clear. Okay, like right now, we're facing a homeless situation, and people being put out into the street, basically. Okay, and I make it very clear that I don't want anyone to mistake the fact that we are trying to over-police these individuals. My department will not be doing that, and we will not be acting as private security guards for some of these entities that have separated themselves from people. Mm-hmm. So that is a changing dynamic, right? Because we just had all of these meetings on how we could make the department more community related, you know, community entwined and everything else, and we were finally making leeway, you know, making headway on that. And now we have to change our way of thinking to what can we do differently to make people feel confident that we will not be the people that they need to fear. Yeah. When they need help being here in battle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Oh, Chief, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, we're gonna go out of order, and Carol is gonna be up next from Recreation. So.
All right, good. I guess still morning, right? Thank you for this opportunity this morning to talk to you all about some of our what's on the horizon and what's beyond the horizon. So I think this is the first time too that I've had the opportunity to meet with all of you and let you know how exciting it was back in March when we had a positive bond vote. So that is definitely what is on my horizon for the probably next 2 to 3 years. And we'll talk more about it in one of the upcoming select board meetings, I believe on June 20th. But on the short list right now, is we have a pool architecture and engineering services RFP out at this time. And we will be accepting bids back on the 14th, and we'll also be discussing them on June 20th. Over the next couple of months, we'll be collaborating with the planning department. Sue and I probably had a couple of quick conversations on how we can work together on getting community input on what the community would like to see on the pool project. As I discussed with you, some of you before, it's not what I want, it's really not what just this table wants, but it's what the community wants. And I have a couple things that I want, like bathrooms and a zero depth entry. Other than that, I think, it's really a community project and, what the community wants to bring for. So, it's great timing as we move into the summer. I'd like to have some of those meetings actually at the park so people can have that vision while they're there and say, wouldn't it be nice, wouldn't it be nice?
You said zero depth entry?
Depth, zero depth. So like walking into.
Just walk in.
Just walking in, yeah.
Like find the gap.
So those are all credit.
No credit check. So that is on a very short list, but also in the next 3 to 6 months, I'm going to put several of these together. The skating rink improvement project, the building at Living Memorial Park, the maintenance building. We'll be creating RFPs. I'll be working with Steve Wharton to come up with comprehensive proposals to put out to the community to get bids, so that we're making sure that our pens are sharp, our pencils are sharp, and our pens are inking them on getting architecture proposals for structural, mechanical, electrical, and all the engineering disciplines for the new roof, the fire alarm, dehumidification, and refrigeration upgrade replacement. And that's obviously all will be during a competitive bid process.
Has there been a decision on the refrigerant as yet?
No, it's coming. The only decision is that we intend to go with a natural. That was one commitment that we have made. Other projects that will be on the horizon with this bond vote is also softball field lighting. I've had a couple conversations with the user groups and how they can be helpful and help bring down the overall cost with some fundraising efforts. I don't foresee those lights. I see us having this season and next season with the existing system. I don't see us putting the new lights in until August of 24. So that'll, by the time, because we've got such a long lead time on some of these items, so there's some opportunities for fundraising efforts along the way. Also part of the bond project is the Kiwanis parking, increasing that, and again, we had a collaborating theme. I had some conversations with DPW on how they can help us reduce the costs of that overall project as well. Not so much on actually the scope of the work, but by them being able to truck in some of the material that's needed will really help lower the costs. So kind of working with our teammates to make these projects happen. So it's everything falls within the budget. Looking beyond the horizon onto 25, this bond vote it's going to be a repetitive theme here for a couple of weeks, or a couple of years, because there's so many components along the whole on all the projects. But one project that I hope to bring before the voters next year is the pool project. That's why we're working on architectural and engineering services at this time. So when we start talking budget, 3-4 months down the road, that I'm going to be able to look you all in the eye and say, this is what we're talking about. We've met with the community. This is their vision, and this is vision A, this is vision B, this is vision C, you know? And this is what it's gonna cost for each of those visions. And what does the community want, what's the board's pleasure, and what will we be taking forward at that time? Or is this the time when we wait one more year and, you know, when we look at the whole picture and the way things land, financially for the town, you know, what's the best time for things forward? And then the last item on for FY25, and since COVID, and you heard it from the chief, finding it in my scale that I'm looking to recruit is much different than in her scale, but even seasonal staff is an area that's becoming a challenge, even to get people who want to be lifeguards. They want to be, you know, day camp staff. They want to work at seasonal park maintenance. So we always have offered the minimum wage plus some in those cases, but that's not enough anymore. That's not enough. I can't compete with $18, $19 an hour at Price Chopper Handlers or Brokers. And so, and in the number of programs that we offer and the participants in the program, I need to be able to attract qualified staff. And it's mostly high school and college kids, but we need to be able to attract those in that situation. That's what's on my platter.
Thanks, Karen. I see your department as, you know, the linchpin in our shared goal of, you know, 25 to 35 and livable town. And you know, I was happy for the bond because you're what makes this town livable. You know, these are the recreational resources that not only bring people to town, but also keep people, and that they can, their families can recreate and be a part of the community. You know, all those sports teams are communities.
Right, and that's always been my, when people, I always think people, they're looking to, where am I gonna move my family? You know, what's the school system look like? What do you have for recreation services? You know, and not just, and all the other, not just your sports leagues. It's beyond, it's all the things that you've been talking about here today. Where can I go running? Because I'm not a team sport person, I'm a runner, you know, or where can I go biking, you know, and so all those different things. Where can we go hiking? Where can we go kayaking? You know, to make Brattleboro a community that people want to stay here and attract them at the age of my kids back to the school.
Other questions?
Viability of the pool being year-round. If we're talking about like the inside.
We're talking, of course, you know, it's going to be more than just a pool.
Yeah.
It would have to be more than just a pool, and that is something that the board would need to buy into, because you'd be talking an entire aquatic staff, you know.
I mean, I would love to set the bar as high as that, right? That, you know, we're not just about fixing this pool, but we're actually about providing a community resource that can be used year round and is affordable and lovely, right? That's people that like to use a pool. There's really nothing like that in town. Or even in the area, they gotta go to Keene or they gotta go to Greenfield,
Right.
or to Springfield.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you what I'm certainly not prepared to say I can tell you I'm gonna need an aquatics director, we're gonna need lifeguards, we're gonna need water safety instructors, on a year-round basis that I can't even hire in the summertime right now.
Yeah.
We need an entirely new facility.
Well, that's
We're not talking about building around the existing pool. We just
I think,
sort of trying to envision this.
I mean-
Decline.
ooh. Spicy. Well, I think more, I guess yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to framing this for each part of the document. So like if we're talking about kind of like our our vision and things like that, that's one of the things that I wish to get out and what people are excited about. So I don't know if that translates into maybe one of those options that we see when it's coming from the board, where it would include one that's like, look, if you really want like an aquatic center for the town of Brattleboro, right? Yeah. So it costs a bunch of money, we're gonna need a bunch more staff, but like, is that what you are interested in? And if so, like, let's talk about it. I would love to see that. Right. And maybe we don't go there, but.
Yeah, but if we don't know that we can't go there, if we don't at least look at it.
Exactly. I don't want it to be off the table.
Yeah, I think, as far as the way I look at it, when we start this, we have to start with the big picture. We may end up with down here, but if we don't look up here, we don't know if we can afford it. And we don't know if that's what the community wants. And we may look at it and say, that price tag is a little high.
Right.
I suspect it's going to be high, but that's not
It
the
might be
same.
worth it.
Everybody
It might be
might.
really worth it.
To talk about the amenities the town has to offer, that would be a wonderful amenity activity.
And like one of the ways that I'm thinking about it is like I have friends who like live in parts of Vermont that are not Brattleboro, and my thought of like what would be the list of 5 things I would be like, these are the reasons you should be Brattleboro, and my God, aquatic center would be like pretty high up there, right? Like that's the
Winter is long.
Yeah,
Winter is
winter is maybe
Your
some.
leadership be another one?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is really helpful
I
feedback.
think if we name the facility after the governor, Robbins,
I think it'll be really important as everything that we look at, are we going to build something that we have to have our fees so high that we're not going to be able to service those?
Well, that's a joint subsidizing, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's
So
a
those
public good.
that'll be something that'll have to, again, go into the equation because, I invite you all this summer to come to the park, especially between the hours of 1 and 4, and to see the users that we have there. And it's, we have a lot of people that is their summer vacation.
Yeah.
And they're not going to Cape Cod, Indiana, their family's not yet even purchasing airfare tickets and flying away from Brattleboro. They're coming to Living Memorial Park to create memories and to enjoy, their summer. So I think it's really important.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like for me, like part of what I hear in that is like it should be the only way to justify projects and systems being that they can like self-sustain is not really a priority for me, right? Like I
agree.
yeah, like and maybe that's a shift in policy from eras back in Brattleboro, but like I see that a shift towards recreation, towards those systems that your department is responsible for, are like those really critical things to making this community vibrant and uplifting people want to be. We should be willing to pay for that in a way that's not just can the the people who know grants. Yes, do the fee support it. Because we saw that as a huge element of the discussion about the ice cream, right? Like, and I was actually very surprised by that. And so I think we should hold that when if we're talking about the pool this year or other projects that are moving forward. We should be really funding these things if we believe they're important.
Also, I think the state has money in it this year, more than other times, and, they should be investigated for whatever grants and support that they might provide.
All right.
Can I ask one other question? Sorry. Okay, I'll ask Chief Arnie as well. Anything else like beyond, so we got like the bond vote and that's like beyond 2025. Is there anything else that you think would be helpful to the board here that you see as sort of future thing for recs and park departments in Vermont or in Brattleboro?
I mean, you will hear this across the state and definitely here in Brattleboro. Probably the fastest growing trend is pickleball. And that is a true story. It's true, and it's amazing, again, if you want to be amazed by those who use the facility, stop up at Living Memorial Park between 9 and 12. There's got to be between 25 and 30 people Monday through Friday that are using that facility that we just, a facility that, where we can put in probably 6 pickleball courts it will meet a huge need for this community.
I was just reading an article, it's in the Times about how all Ed Bath and Beyonds that are closing, they're now converting.
Yeah, I have heard something about that. Yeah.
The majority of them.
So we can sell them all the keys, is that what?
I think we got
Well, look, as president of Brattleboro Tennis Club, some of the real interest in tennis, I've got to say at this point, the pickleball is awesome. You should definitely be supporting it.
I will also go out on them and say, I still don't understand what it is.
It's like, it's pickleball, man.
Easy
Somebody,
Sometimes.
somebody has to come up with a better name.
It's one of
No,
those.
it's really fun. Is it?
It
Yeah, no, I
It is, yeah.
Ah.
Large numbers, and it's just grown.
Yeah.
Big
Okay.
Next question.
Chief Howard. This is the chief here. Sorry. Sure left.
I'm sorry.
Okay, close.
You guys can tell us.
Wow, this is
Wait.
I was just gonna say, we don't see you guys much. Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here and do this. The remaining month of fiscal 23 is obviously try to maintain budget best I can. As you know, every financial report. The big question is that overtime? I hear you. Things that lead to that are training, minimum staffing. The big thing is FMLA. Since we've gotten Sally in as our HR director, FMLA's been a law for many years, but until we had an HR director here to help us understand what the purpose and how it works, has happened in the last 2 years, and I have staff that want to add people to their families, and they did that in the last year, and I guess I'm happy to say there's 3 or 4 more that have worked on that, and we'll be adding to it this coming year. So, and they're right. That's a federal law that we have to honor. So that takes up a lot of overtime because of staffing requirements. So that's why our overtime is high this year. As you all know, Central Station doubled in size. We built a new Station 2. It's hard to believe it's been just about 5 years that these projects have taken place. And I can tell you the biggest headache of the new buildings is the technology of the heating systems, the HVAC systems. They're very expensive to maintain. We've replaced 3 heating circulators that are like $7,000 a pop. Why they only last 5 years. So that's why the building repairs budget is where it is. As you can see, this in FY24 up that line item for these reasons. The other thing is the price of diesel fuel. It's beyond our control, so that has some. We've gone over on that. And the other one is operating supplies. The line item in that budget in operating supplies, a lot of stuff falls under operating supplies. 2 of the big things that really ate up our operating supplies this year was the doctor oversight of Dr. Stone for us relicensing to a paramedic level. That took a lot of that. And our program that we use for our reporting system, everything. It's the program, the good program that we use, the one that we currently have. They got bought out by a bigger company. With that, the price of the program was up and the price of the program went up. So we didn't really have a choice. We need the program to operate.
functionally, so we have to take the increase of that out of the supplies. So that's FY '23. FY '24, in the capital plan, our 2005 brush truck was up for replacement. And AC and I sat down and talked about it. And I had a hard time buying a brand new vehicle that we envisioned taking out to the woods to for wildland fires and brush fires and grass fires. The 2005 truck that we have has very low miles on it. It's still in decent shape for what it's used for. So we opted just to go to $15,000 to do some refurbishing to it, doing some things to it to make it the vehicle that should. And the other capital item, 24 is the thermal engine camera, which, like any technology, from the first thermal engine camera that we bought to the ones you get today, the technology, the size of them and the technology on them is very impressive. So we're replacing one of those this year. FY '24 also, you saw the training budget go up to $30,000, which is 150% increase. And you probably all say, why such a big increase? Education, professional development, specialized training that we have to have is expensive. Our Vermont State Fire Academy does the best they can, but they're very understaffed and very underfunded. Conversations I've had with state legislatures made it clear to them that this doesn't seem to be a priority, but it should be a priority. If you look at New Hampshire Fire Academy, Massachusetts Fire Academy, and pull up the calendars that they have, the trainings that they offer every month. Our Fire Academy would love to do that. One, they don't have the money, and two, they don't have the staff. So what they do is they could be able to do 5 or 6 programs through the year, firefighter 1, firefighter 2, and then put them out across the state, and that's what they fund. They try the specialized training programs. They try to offer a couple a year, but typically it's at the Fire Academy. It's hard for departments to be able to send the entire department to the Fire Academy for that particular class. So that's why we're at where the budget is, the training budget is now. We have to, and we can enroll in New Hampshire and Massachusetts classes, but we're put on a waiting list because they have to see if they're, they want to treat their people with the class before they offer to, which is fair. So if we don't get into those classes, then we have to go and try to find private training places to come in and give us classes, which is expensive. So that's why the training budget is where it is now. And over the next, my goal is to get that to $50,000 a year, because maintaining our certifications and preparing the people below, the assistant chief and I now coming to take over our positions in the future, is important that we offer them the professional development that they need to be able to do that. So that's training. Big thing that's hanging all over our heads right now is EMS. And
You're splitting that up.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really out of work.
And you folks are gonna make a very big decision in September. If it's fire-based decision that you make, you offer to go with, you got a lot of work to do. And my vision there is by January 1, we would want to have EMS coordinator or supervisor on board to help us hire the additional staff to get them on board. So come July 1 of 24, we're ready to roll out and be in operation. Right. So that's 24. FY 25, I explained that my goal is to expand the training budget at least 5,000 each year to eventually get up to the $50,000 to allow us to keep our staff trained and develop and continue to develop as a staff. The other big thing in the FY 25 budget is what we call Utility 5, which is a bucket truck. We call it a fire line bucket truck, which it does maintain all the fire line overlaying lines that tie into our municipal fire line system. But it's used for traffic lights, it's used for trimming trees around town in different spots, hanging banners, putting up signs for DPW, so it's got many things that it does. We got $160,000 in there, and that was a pre-COVID price, you know. Vehicles right now, trucks are crazy. I know, like if we wanted to order a fire truck right now, we won't see it for 2 years. I'm sure these trucks have gone up, so Joe, who was our fire line superintendent, I'm having him get prices on replacing the truck completely, or maybe keeping the cab and chassis, and just replacing the box and the bucket that goes on it, and we'll try to get these different options with pricing.
What year is that?
It's a 2004. It's kind of a broad view of what big things that we got to do. Town meeting gave us three new people. I'm happy to say we got 2 of them on board, and we'll have a 3rd one on board by July 1st. I don't know if you've all seen it, but staff recently did a video to try to recruit retention, try to get people in. I was talking to Sally this morning, like the last week or so, we've gotten 5 applicants. And she goes, well, it's because Seth has put that video out on YouTube. She says we've gotten over 6,000 hits on that video, which in turn I think is why we've gotten 4 or 5 applications in the last day. So kudos to staff and Seth for helping us do answer questions that you may have.
I guess that recruitment policy, right? And like the communications coordinator has really improved the use of the material. Are we surveying people who are looking for employment with us and finding out like how they heard about us or what motivated them to choose to apply?
It's a good question. Good question. There's a lot. It's
It's
these people that are coming in that we meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get that feedback too, Seth.
Yeah.
If it's, if it is or it isn't.
Yeah, exactly. And if it's for, I'm sure it'll be for a variety of reasons. It won't only be one video, but maybe that was an element. And if it isn't an element, that's information for staff too.
I met the provisional firefighters and when we did, they seemed happy to be here.
Very. We have a very good group of folks right now, very energetic. It's nice to see them.
And then it sounded like they were really being nice to welcome.
Yeah.
The fire academy, is that like the same sort of thing, two-party, is it's like a couple times a year, so the entire state feeds into this one?
No, it's, we wish it was like that. But it isn't. Like I said, they get so much money a year to offer. There's 14 to 15 career departments in the state of Vermont, and then all the rest of it are volunteer or paid on call. So they offer like 5 to 6 classes. Like they may offer, like last year down here, they offered what they call a firefighter 1 course down in Wyndham County. They try to put them out through the counties, to And this year, most likely what they'll do is they'll probably put a firefighter 2 class down here to get those folks that are firefighter 1 now to take the firefighter 2 class. They only are allowed like 5 to 6 classes around the state to do that. And so obviously it costs money to do that, and the fire academy is feeling the pinch like every other occupation, finding help to be able to have instructors and stuff to put these classes in.
But so is it like a state level funded?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then that part of the barrier being more.
Correct. Yep.
Any other questions?
Well, just do you have any suggestions for how the town or select board could make other resources available, or like talking to the state legislature? Is this something we should
Most certainly.
make an effort to represent the town? Who should we talk to? I mean, obviously our
Local reps, yeah.
other people at the state level.
Michael DeRozier is the director of Division of Fire Safety. Mike Scazza, who's he operates as chief of fire training. They'll say,
Anybody within the budget process?
I'm not sure what particular committee that is, but that would be the committee to talk. So,
So, okay, all right.
I would imagine that John could see what the LCT has to say in terms of municipal lobbying.
Is there, one quick question, is there anything on the like looking future Brattleboro buildings and older buildings?
That's just a reminder that it's lunch.
Yeah. Yeah. This is everybody gets that. Is there anything the board could be doing to be thinking about fire suppression and fire safety for our buildings that are getting older?
you triggered my mind, and I forgot one thing that I put in the FY25 budget is a full-time inspector. Currently, we have a part-time inspector and an assistant chief. As you know, we're all talking about housing.
Yeah.
It's 50% of our housing, and Sue will correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's close to 50% is rental housing, which we have a contract with the Division of Fire Safety to go out and do rental housing inspections. And we keep up with that for 3 days a week thing. But what doesn't happen is we don't go into commercial businesses, which is concerning mine and the assistant chief. And the only way the state goes into commercial businesses is because they're understaffed with inspectors, it's complaint based. So we go into these spaces and no fault to the businesses, it's something like we go in, we have a fire line, and we go get to the panel, you know, so we haven't had your fire line system inspected since 2020, which is a big thing. So by getting a full-time inspector would help the assistant chief be able to them going out and going into these commercial buildings and making sure things like that are done, proper fire safety things are being done. The other big part of it comes to the planning part of it, is right now if Peter wants to buy a building and turn it into a business, and he needs to do some renovations to it, he goes to the planning department, gets the permits there. Then Sue's going to say, okay, here's your town portion, and now you have to go to the Division of Fire Safety to submit your plans to them so they can do a review of it and tell you how to properly and safely do that. What we want to do is take that portion from the state as well, be part of that process. So when they come to the town, it's one process, it's one thing they go through, and then when they get their permit, they're ready to go. No fault to the state, but like if Peter goes in now, this permit's going to go on the bottom of their file, which could be 90 to 120 days before they get to his plans to review to tell him what he needs to do properly.
Peter isn't much to wait that.
Well, these permits can be very expensive. The Snell building on Flat Street is $50,000. It's a percentage of the improvement cost. So, not saying that the town would charge the same, but We could reduce one of the expenses of revamping.
And that's a.
That's an incentive.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot about, like that's like, if we're, you know, looking at the different sort of elements of our vision here, like the safety and like vibrancy of the downtown element of that is absolutely sort of inside. Yeah, it's, so I mean, as one board member, I would really like to see that come for us, getting a full-time, full-time center. Yeah, there are other ways that we could be supporting that. So, because, you know, the loss of McNeil's, like, just showed me, like, that, wow, that's a community that absolutely lost community. And a lot of it sort of living like that. And that's not because we did anything wrong. Not like, just that is something that is really traumatic. And so the steps, the goal for me would be steps that we can take to be prevented, that kind of thing. And there's other ways we can support that we're not right now. I really like to see that come forward sooner than later.
Just one more thing. So from like the health officer perspective, I've seen sort of at the county level issues with, well, a lack of resources for reporting, right? And so like, you know, there's a kind of health and safety aspect of it, and there's also a mental health aspect of it. And you know, in my work, we don't have a good place to kind of for people to, you know, do some sort of quick fix kind of stuff, but it's a temporary band-aid. And you know, I see that as a part of the health of the community. I'm not talking about like enforcement. I'm talking about like, you know, people who are living in situations that are unsanitary and you kind of know they're unsanitary and are really stuck in them in ways that are really hard to understand. You know, and I feel like there's a real lack of support for that kind of work in this part of the state.
You're absolutely right. AC and Steve Nelson have tried to inspect people and see not good situations, and people are hesitant to have some because they know
There's a lot of shame.
there's shame. They don't want us to do it, but you know, try to go and help them. But you're right, there's not a lot of places to go. Same with our staff, and they go into emergency scenes, they go into things. And they feel bad leaving that scene. Because they know they're leaving that person in a situation. Because where do we send them? Where do we take them? So you're absolutely right. It's a key issue, right? Service.
Is that being addressed elsewhere in other communities? I mean, this is a new problem for me conceptually, but at least the body of this should be addressing is new.
I don't think, I mean, they won't find, well, actually, there's some health and safety stuff in the charter that's very clear, right? But like, I'm not saying that the Selectboard needs to stand up and kind of build a resource group, but like at the state level, it just seems to be a total lack of activity.
And is there any places where they do address this? Is there something that you know of that they should look at?
It's a pretty common disorder throughout the state and throughout the country. So this is through community groups or through our group of town health officers. This is a common conversation and how are we dealing with it, how are we dealing with it. A large part of what, kind of like what Ian said, is that our inspector deals with is referrals. So we'll go through that inspection and then try to make that referral to an organization that may be able to help, whether it's Brattleboro Senior Solutions, Economic Services, etc. I mean, it takes a lot of time away from our inspections, but it's a service that we need to address and provide. So we're fortunate where we have some of these situations in place, and I feel that oftentimes talking with the smaller communities, and they have no return. So we're fortunate enough where we do have some options, but at the end of the day, it's a disorder, it's a mental health disorder, and its enforcement is very, very limited when it comes to mental health concern. So we try to help in all the ways we have avenues, sometimes don't. This is some solution for that.
And is that something that the HC requests for people to do?
Yeah.
And is that, can they become
as I've learned, a client and then have to.
The biggest hurdle that we face is getting that person to acknowledge that they need help. So we can refer, but until they say, I need help, oftentimes those services just go by the wayside, and that's just the biggest struggle. A lot of times that comes to a point in referring, kind of going back to stepping away from looking at fire prevention from a financial standpoint and more from a community benefit standpoint. You know, when our inspector has to go there 3 or 4 times to really hit home the point that, okay, this hoarding behavior is now putting the structure in danger, and you're looking at an eviction versus you trying to get some help. And that's oftentimes what it takes. That slows the fire prevention office down significantly. However, it's important, right? And that's what we're dealing with a lot. And it's, hoarding is one major issue that we face, but there's a lot of other issues that we are, disorders and different things that are part of fire prevention that we continuously look to get those support services, intertwine, SASH, you name it. But getting those people to buy into those services before they look at evictions. Because we do have to advocate for both the tenant and the property owner and making sure that those buildings are safe.
Yeah, and there's other people involved, it's a multiple family unit.
Yeah.
So enforcement really does become a public safety issue. I don't know how much risk of fire is there, what's the increase based on, just disorder in the structure of flammable materials? I mean, how much does that worry you when you see it?
It really depends on the nature of the disorder. If it's trash, we start to worry about infestation and all sorts of different levels, and that affects the entire building. And yes, there's a fire hazard associated with that, but the infestation level is a greater concern. When we talk about large hoarding conditions, maybe a person is hoarding books. So one would think, well, that's a fire concern. Well, oftentimes it's not as much of a fire concern as it is a weight concern to that building. Many of our residential or our multifamily buildings were built 1800s, 1850s. It's the majority of our multifamily buildings. And they're not built to withstand that kind of weight load. We go in as a fire department and start throwing water around on a fire. A gallon of water weighs 8.334 pounds per gallon. We throw a lot of water around. We start putting thousands of gallons of water in a building. That's a lot of weight, and that's where we start to have problems.
Plus if there is a fire, it's not the fire that's going to get into the smoke, and the smoke's going to make their ability to not get out in a normal condition, and you put a hoarding condition in here, you just can't get out, and then it makes a safety issue for our people going in to try to get.
And having a full-time inspector would help you address this?
It would help address to stay on more consistently, and it would help so the assistant chief could possibly go more into the commercial side too, to make sure most people that are employed inside of the building safe.
One of the things that currently happens now with fire prevention officers, you guys move from the fire prevention from 20 hours to 24 to allow them to 3 days a week. And that's helped a little bit, but there's still a lot of inconsistencies. When we started the program in 2019, the idea was we were going to have firefighters do it. And then what we quickly learned is that there was too much inconsistency for a point of contact, and that created problems. So we adjusted. We adjusted to that part-time fire inspector, and then we're quickly learning that really should go to a more full-time look on that, keeping things of that consistent nature. And you're going to continue to see us as the chief talk about plans review and moving that into a purview of the Brattleboro Fire Department. But we have to get away from looking at the fire prevention office as revenue based. I'm very happy to hear you say that, because that's been the topic of conversation. We do charge money for our inspections. It's $75 per unit, and we struggle a lot with getting property owners and tenants, mostly property owners, to pay that. That is a struggle. We've done okay, but there's COVID has put a huge dynamic into rental housing. People were getting state funding, people have stopped paying rent. So again, it's making sure the building is safe, both advocating for the tenant, but also advocating for the landlord and making sure everything is working the way it should. COVID changed that, so we need to adjust again. And that's where we're at, and not looking at it from that financial standpoint, but from the fire prevention, from the safety standpoint. We could look at the percentages of fires that we had 5 years ago to 10 years ago to 20 years ago, and it's a significant decrease in nature. So the fire prevention office is doing its job. We know that, the numbers are there to prove that. We still have a lot of work to do, and as you guys have a whole conversation about where people are going to live, that where people are going to live is taking that 2-unit house, making it a 4-unit house. That requires a lot of different fire prevention and safety aspects that are our commitment and time to this town, and if we're gonna do it right, we need to do it safe.
Really, we have several more departments, but
I just, are you first?
I just want to comment on what Ezekiel said about COVID, and if that's a sum that could be paid by, maybe we want to use COVID funds also.
And I just want to say, I'd like to see this come before the board for FY24/FY25 on ways that we can further expand the fire prevention side of the fire department. And I think I'd like to really encourage the board to really question when we are looking at departments that are providing essential services like this, that they are not stood up by just whether they can make a revenue to provide it, right? Like, this is another instance where if I had been in the policy making of that, I would never have thought that was the way to do it. So like, we should be constantly kind of questioning that, and I would like to see a fire prevention service department that's not sort of fundamentally built on is it funding itself? So that's one board member's leadership.
And that's great, so put a pin in that.
Yes.
And for the conversation this afternoon, maybe the rest of the board sees that as a priority for the board.
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Dan McKee from Public Works.
Dave, are you doing something at the broken sidewalks?
Thank you for taking the follow-up.
It's you.
It's the only thing my family thinks I can do.
So, I mean, we've got a whole list of projects going on around town, both in the general fund and the utility. You know, a lot of them are routine things that happen every year. There's some bigger projects. We just highlighted a few here on this list. The water treatment plant, that's a big one. It's a project that feels like it's never gonna end. We thought it would be done by now, we'd be in. We're monetarily, we're 75% there, I think, pretty close to it. There's a lot of work to be done. The contractor is facing some significant material delays and really crucial materials to getting the plant up and running. Best case scenario, probably by fall, maybe, if the materials come in, if not, maybe next spring. Yeah, and then at that point, the old plant still needs to be torn down, some more work to be done. So we're fortunate that the existing plant is still running. We've had to spend some money on it that we didn't anticipate, but nothing serious so far. But hopefully it continues forward that way. I wouldn't be surprised, we've seen some change order requests come through. The contractor's looking for more money. The contract doesn't really allow for it the way we read it, they see it differently. We're asking for more information on their change orders. We haven't denied them yet, but it's probably going to come back to it someday. In the form kind of can see both sides of it. It's really delays based on COVID and the war in Ukraine, you know, when we did the project, and that's gonna happen. So, hopefully we can get it done. That's a priority for us. Hopefully that doesn't carry into FY 25. Another thing we really want to focus on is asset management. You know, we had some good plans in place that identify projects, but we don't have good ways of prioritizing them. We don't really have great estimates. You know, they're kind of shoestring estimates. We see like the low-hanging fruit there is the pavement management because we have a good established capital paving budget in place. So we've contracted with a consultant to inventory all of our streets, and they'll do that. They'll drive the streets with a camera system that takes a picture every 20 feet, and they use some crazy AI software to score the roads, and they'll give us scores, and then they'll give us all that data, and then if we want to take it further, they can help us with budgeting and prioritization, and then we can use those images for any number of things. They're going to give us some base level sidewalk observations. We already have some sidewalk scoring, so maybe we can utilize that as well. Signs, line striping, you name it, they can do anything with the images that we have. And Kim is really kind of taking the lead on looking at new financial softwares, and some of the offerings from the companies are asset management programs and budgeting programs that really put all of these pieces together and kind of point us in the direction that we can rely on. And facilities maintenance. So earlier in the spring, DPW took on the facilities maintenance team, and we're really working to strengthen that and kind of figure out where to go with it and what the priorities there are. Pete's really taking the lead on that.
I certainly would, and I think you're going to hear about it more and more as we go along. So, as Dan said, up until a couple months ago, facilities maintenance was not necessarily out on their own, but they were under the town manager's office. And under our organizational chart for the town, supervisors are led by departments, still within departments, led by department heads. And so it was really a good shift for maintenance overall, facilities maintenance, to move underneath the department so they weren't hamstringed by the fact that there was so much town stuff going on that they became in no mean-spirited way back burner on a lot of issues. What we also realized very quickly was that our buildings continue to get older, and especially in the case of the municipal center, for several years now we've been having a conversation about what is going to happen with the municipal center. Are we going to stay? Are we the owners? Is somebody else the owners going to stay? Do we move out? And so during the time while all this is going on, the buildings continue to age, and stuff is getting deferred that it's incredibly important for the safety of the people in the building and those that are visiting. And some things which are not as important, the building becomes less attractive. And we talked about the face of Brattleboro and what does Brattleboro look like, and when people walk through the door in the municipal center, if it's substandard, that reflects upon us, even though there are very good people doing very good work in those buildings. So instead of being kind of reactive, we're doing just about what you talked about earlier. We're looking at that change. 20 years ago, the building was great, and today it probably isn't, and that is true for some of our other buildings as well. We also don't want to be willy-nilly in our approach to getting from where we are now to very suitable workplaces for our people. So while it would be nice to just flip the switch and start spending a lot of money on making repairs, we are focusing on making repairs, but we also are slowing down a little bit and taking a look at what our needs are, what our safety issues are, what is most important. we had an opportunity a couple weeks ago to sit with all of the department heads. And during that conversation, we said, tell us what's problematic within your space. And tell us why that's changed from 5 years ago until now. And it was really a meaningful conversation where we walked away feeling a little overwhelmed, but got stuff on the table and looked at about 65 issues that people were able to drop onto the table. And certainly don't want to talk about them today because it outlines some of our vulnerabilities, and that wouldn't be prudent. But it shows, and we prioritize those at the same time. So about a third of the things we talked about were considered high priority. About a third were medium, and about a third were, we'll get to it. They're somewhat important, but they don't rise to the top. Having understood that, we've been starting to look at what are some funding options for us. So during this summer, we are going to take a deep dive at ways in which we can fund some of these things for all of our facilities, how to be consistent in what we do, and then come back to you to say, this is what we've learned from the process, this is how we think we can find some outside funding, and this is what we were looking at for funding over the next 5 years or 10 years to get us from where we are now to a much better place. It seems a little overwhelming and daunting, but I think we have a lot of partners that will help us in getting to this point, and we have staff that is patient. And when I say they're patient, they are, but in today's society, we are also looking at the safety of our employees, and should be, based on conversations that you have with Chief Hardy and with the 2 fire chiefs. And so those types of things, we're going to be coming to you pretty quickly and saying, these are really important to us, and will you help us to address those? So we look forward to coming back to visit with you a number of times as the summer goes on. And one last thing, I will shut up. We've asked our state and federal partners to help us not only with funding, but to identify where we lack and how we can improve upon what we do. And as if, for instance, this week we have a couple of people that are coming in, one to look at our facilities, and they're going to start with our 3 most forward-facing facilities to help us to better understand not only where we're deficient, but more so, how can we get to a safer place? And the second is, and perhaps Sally will talk about this later, I know she has a lot as well, we're going to talk about cybersecurity, and while that doesn't really fall into facilities maintenance, it's part of both state and federal folks that are going to make form partnerships with us in order to help us to be more secure where we are. Thank you.
So going ahead to FY25, I think we'll see hopefully some more in-depth planning approaches and probably budget asks. We'll definitely look to implement more facility safety and just general improvements. And the other thing is in the FY24 utility budget that you're going to see, you've seen, but when I talk about Tuesday night, there's some capital funding at the wastewater plant for biosolids study. The cost of sludge removal in the last 5 years has jumped up $100,000. We piloted a sludge dryer a couple of years ago. It wasn't right for our plant, but it showed us the potential to really reduce the weight of it, which is the biggest piece because it's all trucked. So, at the very least, if we can reduce the weight, the trucking cost goes down. But, maybe more if we can achieve removing pathogens, maybe there's a land application alternative instead of sending it away. So this study is really going to look at that, and it's going to look at some other, we're kind of midlife at the wastewater treatment plant. It's been about 10 years since the upgrade. So it's going to look at plant efficiencies. There's some equipment that we're not utilizing to its potential. So hopefully for the FY25 budget, we'll have that we can look at wastewater.
Are you looking at homeland security funding? Is that what?
Yes. So there's both state funding and federal funding. Our most likely bet, even though we're getting the federal folks to come in and help us understand what our needs are. Once a year, the Homeland Security folks, which are within emergency management in the state, offer granting for specific things, and security is pretty high on their list. Each year their list changes a bit based on what they think the state needs are, and we're hopeful that next year facilities will be part of that. Facilities security will be part of that. There's also a possibility that their pot will not all be spent in this fiscal year. And so they have given us the opportunity to meet with them in September to talk about what is left in the pot and if it's something that we can write an amendment to their existing federal grant to allow us some of that money.
And if there's a need for you to contact our congressman, make that known.
Happily, yes, thank you.
When you talk about cybersecurity, I just want to kind of reveal this to the public, but when you talk about like the water system,
We're talking about, I think we're talking about anything that we do online at all, you know, the federal folks talk a lot about water distribution and wastewater, and so that is part of our cybersecurity mix.
I think for thinking about the board in the future when it comes to the Department of Public Works, hearing about the evaluation of the roads and prioritization or grading of them, what would be really helpful from my perspective would be when we do that work, when we come back to the select board, we're looking at budgeting for like amount to put into road maintenance and work on, you know, maybe additional like work on maintenance, so like replacement and stuff like that. Getting to see that prioritization so that we can be more informed. A lot of times I feel like we can throw as much money as possible into that, right? But we take our whole 21 million, like, right? And we probably won't do it all, and we could put in more. And so to make it feel less like a big black hole, having a little bit more of a sense for like how much would this accomplish, how much would this accomplish. That's one half. And the other half would be on the public facing side of this. I think it would be really helpful for on the new website that we're a little clearer about like what work is being done in summer on the roads. I was just like walking out of my house and there was some DPW guys going into the sewer line right on my street. I was like, oh God. So it's not that. So the water was like, so what's going on? And like, oh, we're redoing your road. I was like, oh, like, that's amazing. We're doing this later this summer. So basically just learned because I talked to a guy, but like, it would be cool to sort of see, and that would be something I can refer people to, and even if it, I mean, it's maybe a little like, like even if we had a plan for multiple years, so people could sort of see kind of where we're going.
That's kind of what Matrix does with the current and future projects.
Yeah.
Just have a little fact sheet on each project.
And I don't know if that's like.
Like, we have the information, how do you put it there?
Yeah, well, but I would be, yeah, I don't know. Because I think that you guys do incredible work, and it's how we sort of push it out to the public who are concerned about the roads and concerned about the sidewalks.
And I think, you know, we talked about our annual goals for DPW back in the first of the year. You know, public outreach is a big one for us, and just being more forward facing to the community.
Yeah.
And you know, we didn't even talk about what I first think of when I think of public works, and that's our aging utility infrastructure, which could blow at any time.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
And you know, it gets back to what we were talking about with the fire department. This is an older unit in town. We have certain problems that are inherent with that we all recognize.
And I think that's one of the struggles with prioritizing what work we do, right? I mean, we can pick a number of streets that need to be paved, what's underneath it, you know, and like trying to get the big picture.
And that's why this asset management approach that Dave's describing is so important, because we can be as efficient and effective as
And we remember we got that planning grant for the hydraulic system evaluation that Dufresne Group is working on, so they're, that's an asset management plan as well. So, we'll be able to incorporate the water system data into it.
And I think there's kind of just an inherent, like, if I am really upset about a particular, road issue or something, I learned that, y'all are working really hard on another road that was worse. It kind of, I don't know, for me at least, it's like, yeah, well, we're busy, we're doing work, but it's just, yours isn't up yet, and it's gonna come, but.
Well, we can look at the plan and say it's 5 years out.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, well, years. Yeah, it's better than, we don't know when we're gonna get there.
Yeah, it's a different answer, right? It is, and that would be a goal. I don't know if it's achievable.
So if we chose to go further with the consultant, once we have the inventory, they'll do exactly that. They'll take our current budget levels, plug it in, and say, you're screwed. or say, if you add this much in, this is what you're going to get accomplished. And come up with.
Is the question of how far we go with the consultant something that we see in FY 24, 25, or is that further out?
I think it's probably FY 24. I mean, we had put it on the list.
Yeah.
We had got there, so we utilized some of the capital roads funding to get the inventory going at least, because the cost of that is pretty reasonable. So at least that gets us started, and it's valuable information to have. So,
okay. Yeah, I'd love to see that come across. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very quick, thank you.
At some point, I would like to know more about what Liz was referring to was our infrastructure blowing up at any moment. This is a scary thought, and it's our primary responsibility. And right, so what do we know about that? What should we be doing about that? I'm sorry.
Since you're doing
They came up onto the library.
Thank you very much.
So it looks like when she's here, we could just kind of do a working match if you all.
What if we took 15 minutes?
And I was going to say, take a few minutes to get lead, and then we can go into all that.
Yeah, we'd love to help let them leave this.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
A little break?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Nice. I hope you all enjoy your 15-minute break. We have several other departments to get through, so we're going to start with Sarah.
And if I could interject one thing. Some people are having a hard time hearing us, so please try to speak up a little bit so folks can hear.
They're having a hard time hearing me.
What was that?
All right, just
I got some hearing aids. I think there's a problem with ears.
Yes, I've been asked not to use my library voice. So I'll quiet down a little. All right.
jump in and tell us your main priorities.
Sure. So first I'd like to just thank, start by throwing out some gratitudes here. I'd like to thank John for suggesting this and Sue for doing just a great job putting this together and keeping us all corralled today. And to thank you guys for inviting us and for doing this. This is really hard work. I know I read about vision statements, it's really hard work.
Yeah, only we had more time for that.
But it's also important work. And I'm so grateful for you guys diving in and doing it. It's been wonderful to hear your thoughts and the thoughts of my brilliant colleagues behind me. I'm sure they're not making faces at me at all. And all right, good. So as library director, I have a whole bunch of bosses. I have John, I have you all, I have the library board, and I have the community. And the community is really a strong driver in what we do at the library. We're very responsive to the community. And so we have to be nimble and we have to be able to shift and meet their needs, which we all saw during COVID. Like Carol, I do a lot of quality of life work. And so to Daniel's mention of, having quality of life, like being able to play tennis regardless of inability to pay. That's what the library does. The library provides for everyone in the entire community, regardless of an ability to pay. And I feel very lucky and honored to do that work. So the board does write policy, and then the staff and, and as I said, the community drive the operations. And I bet Gregory's here.
No.
Play with that. All right. So one of the recent activities and accomplishments of the board was to conduct a community survey and community forums last year to embark on a new strategic plan. So they have done so, and Seth is working with us. The wonderful Seth is working on us to put it together and publish it so it will be forthcoming. But I do, as a preview today, I can tell you that we have four major areas of emphasis. Services, which is related to those quality of life, community responsive things. Space, which, as Liz knows, when her daughter came to the library one day to try and use the library, there was no place for her because we were so full. Luckily, she lives here. And, collaboration, which is so key, and which I'm so grateful for that team behind me, because they are such a great support. That's the very beginning of our collaboration. There's not a department back there that I haven't called upon and that hasn't immediately come to my assistance. And then the other thing that we really want to address in this upcoming period in the new strategic plan is public relations, public information, because what we realized when people came to these library forums, they were filled with great ideas. They said, you know what, you should have a weekly newsletter that tells everybody what's going on in the library, which we have, but not everybody knows. You know what would be great? If you had story times for children, which we have, but not everybody realizes. So we realize we have work to do in that area. And we have done a good job. People come to us asking for all kinds of things that we have responded to, hence the tool shed. And I was telling John just last evening, just before we were closing, somebody came to us and said, do you guys loan out tarps? Because it was getting ready to rain. So we do constantly adjust our services to meet the needs of the community. And two areas we've really seen grow tremendously in the past several years are our service and technology assistance, which was absolutely essential during COVID, and our service to teens, because we can be a resource for teens to come where there's no admission fee, no membership fee, and they can engage in healthy activities and learning activities. So we realized that we need to let more people know what we're doing. On the other hand, that causes the problem of we have already exceeded our capacity in both staff and space because of our success. So we're looking at ways to streamline things, part of that collaboration is to bring in community partners to help us with things. Perhaps getting Seth can help us with some technology help or technology classes. So we've had some discussions with people from Southern about that. So those are ways that we're looking at still maintaining our service, perhaps even growing our service, and yet being able to do that within the constraints of the staff. One of the things that we're looking at in the future is a self-checkout system, and we would never ever abandon the personally populated circulation desks. We will always have those because those are really important for reference work, for reader's advisory, and for that human connection that the library provides. But a self-checkout system would allow people who are in a hurry and just have a few items and don't have complicated questions to be able to just check out on their own. And more importantly, in my mind, it allows for patron privacy. Because certainly we are committed to confidentiality in the library. We would never breathe a word. But it's a small town. And so maybe if, if like Patrick were coming and checking out books on how to plan for your retirement, he might not want everybody to know about that. He hasn't done that.
You would say if he had.
But, or if someone has, has a health scare, they might not want everybody to know that, or they might not want the person that they know who is checking out at the serve desk at that point to know that. And this gives people that anonymity that is important. So that's one of the things I'm looking at. It is a big expense. It's a capital expense, I think. It would cost about $50,000 because we also have to completely redo the security system. But with a system like self-checkout, it also has RFID, which is radio frequency identification. And so when books come back in, you can scan them and it'll tell you, where the rough sorting should go. Also, in theory, I haven't seen this work, but I believe people. You could take a scanner and go down a shelf and it will tell you if something's out of order. So that would free up a lot of staff time to do actual customer service, which is what's not important. It's like something from the science fiction book. So we do try to attend to all aspects of the community, the 22 to whatever they are, 44-year-olds. We have a science fiction book club that unfortunately meets on Tuesdays now, so Ian can't come, but it's been great, and we did it to address that population, which is very interested in that type of literature, but we're finding we have attendees from 10 years old to even older than me. So, and what was great is our 10-year-old attendee actually celebrated his birthday at the last turn. He turned actually, he had his actual birth moment at the book club because he was born at 8 o'clock at night.
It's fun. It's something you always say.
Yeah. So that's one of the magic things about the library is to bring generations together. One of our new programs is our Stitching Drop-In Club, and that again is run through collaboration. We were able to get that off the ground. Now all kinds of people come to participate. There are people who sew, people who knit, people who crochet, people who, there's one person who is making a cross stitch of a Star Trek character. So, it's all this whole range of folks coming together to do this, and they're running it themselves. The same with the Game Cafe. The Game Cafe meets two days a week at the library, and it's just a riot. So, and it's always very well populated, sometimes up to 40 people in there playing games. And again, run completely, a grassroots program. So let's see, I'm afraid I'm too far afield. So the other thing that we're looking at is, just the growing need for technology assistance. So we are looking at other avenues that could support us in that. And we really could use an outreach person. That's one of the things we really heard from the surveys and the forum is, you need to be at Red Clover. You need to go to Tri-Park, you need to go to all these other places where folks aren't necessarily coming to the library, but to bring awareness and services to them. So to do that, we would really need another position.
What kind of remote services do you envision?
Well, we could teach people how to, well, we can actually bring large print books to seniors, things like that. And we can also, demonstrate how people can access online through their devices, so downloadable books, downloadable audio, things like that. And just make them aware, if they have grandchildren, we have a store down.
Okay, can you bring the postal to your house?
We do have delivery now, but it hasn't extended to tools. That's an interesting possibility. We did institute delivery for people that couldn't come to the library during COVID, and so we've winnowed that down a tad. But we are we still do outreach to people that can't come for whatever reason to the library.
Is there a bookmobile at this point, or
There
how
is
do you do it?
we have a staff member who drives them around, who drives the parcels to people's houses and picks up their returns.
But there's no actual bookmobile.
No, there's not a bookmobile. There is through Winston Prouty, a bookmobile that services daycare centers and early education sites with an amazing bookmobile library. So let's see here. The other thing we're working on is we have a Vista person who has been working on a database of community assets. So this is basically cataloging the community and the way we would catalog materials. So that if somebody looked up something truthful, they might look up. Let's see. Housing assistance or something. Not only would they find print materials and articles about it, but they would also find that they could go to Selectboard and access housing assistance. So let's see here. As far as other things, like everybody in town, we've got an aging building. We could have, we have done a number of things to prop it up, but it's always in need. So that's, Pete was very nice and listed a whole bunch of things that we could do there. The other thing I just want to say is that, sometimes people view the library as a nicety. It's a lovely thing to have. It's very nice. But we also know that library service is essential. They're small victories that touch a whole lot of people every day. And when truly, I've seen it, libraries do change lives. And so thank goodness we have people taking care of our water. We have people who come to our assistance when we need them in the most dire instances. But libraries do that on a very small scale for a wide number of people. And so I see that as absolutely essential. And then we do contribute to the quality of life. I have had people say that they checked out the library before they moved here. So, and I will say that when I was applying for this job, I went around town, I talked to a whole bunch of people, and I said, I asked them about the community, and I didn't tell them why, but I said, so what do you think about the library? And the worst thing anyone said to me is, I really should go more. So I knew that this was a great place to be a librarian, and I was right. Also, my wonderful colleague Norma has said that quality of life is crime prevention, and so I feel that we are playing a role in that as well. You guys were asked what's a moment from public service that you cherish. I've got a million of them because I get to do up close personal work with people. And then as far as another consideration, I think just looking at the library, we have learned so much from Sally's DEI work and all the work that the department heads have done together about looking at things through an equity lens. That's absolutely, I think that has really changed a lot of our perspective. It just has made us more aware, and now what I hear from the community is so many people are concerned about climate change that we also need to be looking at things through a sustainable lens. That's what to say. And then finally, if I had a big dream, we'd get a third floor on that library because we are bursting at the seams, and I promise I would turn part of it into a pickleball court.
The roof.
Yeah. There you go.
Just gotta watch
We should put a dome on it. Some questions for staff?
You're serious about the third floor?
I would love a third floor, yes, absolutely, or some kind of expansion.
That was basically my question, right?
Yeah.
So, staff, that's a thing where we would need to focus on that in budgeting, but like, is there a potential for expansion in the actual physical footprint of the library?
So, according to folklore, the library was built with the possibility of adding a third floor to it. Now, that was built over 50 years ago, so the standards have changed, and certainly, I look at the railings and all kinds of things in that building that would never meet code today. Times have changed. I don't know. We did speak with an engineer who said it would make more sense to build out than up. Yeah. And we are, if you notice, one of my priorities, priority one for this next year, is to expand, is to do some landscaping on the north side of the building to make a terrace for people to sit outside. And so we met with a landscaper, and we could start by doing a paving terrace, and then eventually adding a roof, and we want to have it powered so that people could charge their devices there and the like.
This is like on the hill,
Yeah.
north of. Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah. So we'll be coming back to talk to you about that. The board's been working really hard on that. The board, buildings and grounds committee.
I've heard about those plans, they're supposed to be like. So were you thinking of other programs for if you expanded, like kind of like a reworking space or something like that?
We would love to have a maker space. There's no space to do it right now.
Not just maker, but like remote office co-working.
Well, we kind of have that already.
We have that already.
Yeah, and we're looking to, actually there was a typo, I have to say, by priorities for next week.
And sorry, the board did not get those out.
Oh, yeah.
You to tell them about.
Oh, okay. So one of the things I have down is to winnow the art collection to increase space capacity. So we're hoping to, once we have this huge collection of artifacts and art and all sorts of plots and jetsons, really. And so we're sending that to places where it can be better served and actually seen by people rather than locked in this room. And then, so once we do that, we are hoping to even be able to increase that bookable space, that reservable space more. And so we do have rooms that people can have many people in, and also some rooms that are smaller. But yes, that would definitely be part of it, because that's what we heard from the public. They want that space. Yeah. And they want space for programming. And our program room is only 42 now, for a capacity of 42, which is small for some of our programs. They would just never fit in there. So we have to have them on the main floor.
Did expanding the hours of operation come up as well?
It did a little bit. mostly, there was a small number of people that would like to see us open on Sundays. And then there were people that would like to see us open till 9 every night, and they would like to see us open at 9 in the morning. And I will say, I found publications from when that building opened, and that building, when it opened, it was open from 9 in the morning till 9 at night, including Friday night, which is astonishing, and then, some Saturday and Sunday hours, so. But that's a whole lot more stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it depends on the age bracket. The seniors would love to see us open at 9. And then other people would like to see us stay open later, more often.
Because I just think if that's maybe another way to have it without expanding the actual size of the building, to just expand the hours it's open, that would be staffing, but maybe it pushes her out of how much she uses.
The access.
We'd spoken in a previous budget presentation about the possibility of like social work kind of staff maybe embedded or contracted or something.
So, and I think this would be a tremendous asset, not just to me, but to all of my colleagues back there, because there's not a department that hasn't needed to be able to call somebody because a person who is troubled is there, or they're coming in contact with a person who could use some help and support. We tend to see it more frequently in the library because, again, we're open to everybody. I've spoken with social workers embedded in libraries. I had a wonderful long conversation with the person in Halifax, Nova Scotia, who is their full-time social worker, and she's called a community navigator, sort of like their. And so she does, a lot of her work is networking with other organizations and agencies in town, so she knows where to direct someone. She doesn't really do case management, but she knows where to send people to get the help they need. And then because of that, she also gets those resources into the library. So she has people, an organization that provides food for people, or sleeping bags, or things like that. Warm jackets, it's Canada. And I saw that in action, but she's also a resource on site, or quickly on site, for staff when there's a trouble patient. They can page her. She also trains staff a lot. She said about 50% of her time is spent in training staff and other city personnel in, de-escalation, in intervention, and things like that. So,
thank you, Star.
Sure.
Thank
you, Star.
Jennifer. We're going to do alphabetical for the municipal center. Assessing the right person.
Hi, everybody. So right now, currently, we are finishing up our year's process of setting the grand list. We finished our grievance process, and our work really continues on, even though we're done with our work for setting the tax, for the ability to set the tax rates. Our work continues. We start in on our next year of gathering information, and up until December 31st, that grand list can change. So we're keeping track of any what are called errors and omissions that come through. So our ultimate work is to have an accurate grand list, and that process is with staying on top of any changes that are either permitted or not, and constant conversations, almost daily conversations within our office as to how we can accomplish that goal. What we're looking forward to in FY24, we have an interest in our office does a few things. We do the assessing of real estate. We also do the assessing of, or basically it's the gathering of information for personal property. And we're looking into personal property and how to make that better. And then there are a few different ways to do that. So we're bantering back and forth a lot of different avenues. One thing that I'd like to do is hire a contractor to do an initial overview of the town. And that could be done on every 3 years, every 5 years, it could be done every 10 years, it could be done just once to set our baseline. And then we can continue on doing the self-reporting and collecting of the information. We're really not, it's not really something that's the strongest point. We're lucky right now, we have an assistant assessor who understands personal property very well and can communicate to the businesses what they need to do. It's new for them. They're new business in town, and it's a new form for them to fill out. And he keeps a tight rein on how the data is collected. But it's something that is a constant, every February, it's a constant conversation for us. We have just gone through 2 years of slow implementation of the state's grand list software years ago, I think in the 80s. The state contracted with NIMRIC to have every town in the state have a grand list software. It's antiquated, and they've contracted with a new company, and it's called VTPI. So they wanted to roll that out for us to print our tax bills from it this year. That didn't happen. However, there are, our office has a lot of state programs that filter through our office. And in order for the state to be more efficient, they needed to bring out this particular software. We were able to take on some of those state programs through VTPI, but they've had to put them back into NIMRIC. So everyone had to switch gears quickly. The state did, the software programmers did, NIMRIC did, and the town did. And so we were able to print our first grand list with the abstract, prior to grievances, and we anticipate being able to do the tax bills through NIMRIC. I believe it's going to happen. So our next year is going to be getting proficient at the use of this new software. So that's one of our main focuses. And then training, which we're always doing. Every year we take courses that the state has a certification program, and I've just achieved level 3 of 4. And the assessor technician believes she's in around 2 or 3. And so continuing ed is always something we want to work on. FY '25, is, 24 and 25 will be, townwide reappraisal. We do have a contract with, a company that will be taking, the heavy lift of most or all of that work. I need to gauge whether or not I'll need another employee or work with BDCC on an intern. And that sort of leads into another one of my long-term sort of a project, and I don't know if it's necessarily a work project or an outside work project, but I would like to connect with the trade school, DDCC, the state, and maybe have a conversation about training, and have a conversation about this trade, and whether, and how this particular trade can be something implemented, either at our trade school or some other trade school within Vermont. And the reappraisal, to me, seems like a perfect opportunity to have an intern come and work with the contractor. And it's not, this particular contractor, I think, would be open to this conversation. He's a Vermont company, his son works for him, and he has done work throughout the state of Vermont and from small towns to big towns, so I know that he would understand this particular need. So that's sort of a kind of a side project that I have thoughts about, but whether that's just something I tackle myself, I'm not sure. We like to work with a drone. That's something that might become helpful in our office, is to have a drone. So that's, that's a sort of a budgetary item. Something else by next year, we'll have a better understanding that there was a bill that went through the state, Act 480. It's on the governor's desk right now. It's been very much pared down from its original form, but I'll have to keep my eye on that bill to see what happens after the study, because that's most of what the bill is to have a study for looking into a state reappraisal program, state-run reappraisal program. And that it will very much affect our office. The other part of that bill, there are a few pieces of that bill, a few different things. The one other is training for listers and assessors, and what that looks like and how that will affect our elected listers, and the conversation about training, enforcing, and mandating an elected, so there's a lot to look at and watch and be involved. And I'm trying to stay in conversation with the director of PB&R, Property Evaluation and Review, about that bill. And the other conversation within that bill is county-wide appraising and another, I don't know if it's in the bill or just a topic of conversation in the rooms when the bill was going through, but school, help me out here.
Assessments or?
Just not county, but school district assessing. So there's it's yes. The townwide reappraisal is going to be our big. Another topic that, and this is something that we just went through, looking at all of our exempt properties within the town. And that was a sort of a huge, it was a huge process because we have different types of exemptions and they're placed within our software, and just extracting them and putting them in an Excel spreadsheet and then going through the spreadsheet, and they're in our software in many different places, different types of exemptions, partial exemptions, state, legislative, town voted. So I went through the whole list, and we did isolate out some that either need reviews, lister, overview, information gathered from the exempt, how they became exempt, simple documentation of that information was not in our office. And I'm still going through that process to get all those pieces of information for the next round of people that are in that office, so that they know how this, not just accept what's there, but know why it's there. And taking that a little bit further and looking at the public, pious, and charitable exemptions and the statute, leaving it to the listers to interpret, leaving it to, hopefully an attorney for any town to decipher and to use case studies to come to a decision that is not harmful to the town, and blanket exempting or partial exempting this parcel that has come to the listers with their form and their reasoning for becoming exempt. I think the state really needs to look at this. It's big. It really needs to be looked at, and I don't know how to push that. I can't, but it's something that I really believe needs to be looked at.
Thanks, Jen. Any questions?
Two quick ones. One, so depending on Act 480, one of the things that I had in my mind long-term planning for the road department from the board's perspective is trying to make sure that we're doing a townwide reappraisal now. We were long overdue for a townwide reappraisal this time, and a reappraisal is essential for the health of the grand list. And so thinking about how 10 years from now, we can be thinking about doing it when it should actually start, and not letting us get to a place now where it just has to happen because we're so far removed from a effective and accurate grand list. So I'm kind of wondering, and I'm going to be thinking about in our next phase of this meeting, is there anything that we should be considering for
putting into effect, like keeping track or checking in on this more regularly every couple of years or something?
Absolutely. The state does their sales study, and it looks like everyone is in agreement of the trigger. One of the two triggers, the common level of appraisal, will be removed just for the trigger, not removed entirely, but just for the trigger of reappraisal. Our office also does our own sales study. So we are pretty close. We disagree on some, but because we have such a large, we have a lot of sales. So we can throw out one, and they keep it in, or vice versa for the study, because there are sales that do not get included. Yeah, we're pretty close with what they come up with. So we're on top of it. We know before they give us information. This new Grandma software is also going to assist in that process. Watching the funds, however that is going to work out. Of course, if the state takes it over, then
That's
it's
kind of changes
right.
the whole.
But
So
watching the
depends.
funds and knowing when, and it looks like if it does pass, it'll be 6 years. And we pretty much know how much a contractor will cost. So there may be some needed funds that this town will have to put towards a reappraisal.
Yeah.
So just being on top of it and reporting is the biggest.
Can I do my other one really briefly? And so the other question I had, Jennifer, is on the exemption policy, or question of exemption for taxes. Are you saying, would it be helpful if like the board were to sit down with Bob and through a discussion and interpretation of the statutory language, come up with a policy, a Brattleboro policy on exemption of properties, so that it could better guide your department? Or are you more want it from the state level, and it's not something that you kind of are looking for from a town level? Because I remember even at RTM this year, there was a lot of discussion about that, and a lot of confusion about.
Right.
Yeah.
I won't say no to, another roundtable conversation, but I don't know about the ability to come up with a policy. And I think each one is a case-by-case situation.
Okay.
Every exemption out there that we have is different. They're similar, but so I might be worth it.
Yeah. Are we allowed to like go back and look at exemptions that were previously granted and like reconsider them?
It depends on
Which kind of exemption is? Yeah.
But I'd say yes.
Okay.
I believe our office is, and if I'm not, I would reach out to probably the select board to have that reviewed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, or even a townwide. So if our office has recognized evidence of a particular property that has been granted exemption for this reason, that the activity is not happening the way the town recognized it, envisioned it, then it's my job to come to you and say, I need this on warrant, you need to bring this to the town. So that is part of my job.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want to push back a little on Ian's comment about that we were kind of late to the party in the reassessment. My understanding that it was, maybe you would have brought it to us a year sooner if you could, but that the question was whether the state was going to require us, and we wanted to get ahead of it, and we did.
Yep.
So were we terribly delinquent in ordering this reappraisal? Ian?
Well, I'd like to push back on the pushback that I'm not trying to be critical here. I'm thinking about, this is a forward-thinking thing, right? And so, like I want future select boards to be thinking about, like the board I'm on right now is gonna start a reappraisal process. And so the next thing that's gonna come up on this is going to be thinking about when we're gonna be thinking
Criteria
about
for doing it
new
again.
reappraisal. Yeah, and so, and seeing how our chairman's reaction to this was fairly accepting that we could order it on our own when it was the right time to do it.
And look, if we look back at the numbers and we were within the range that the state was not going to mandate us, were we within the range that was so close we should? I don't know. We were doing okay.
I think
and then it falls,
accelerated, right?
Yeah.
yes, and then it falls into, well, does this town want to go back to a prior charter and say every 10 years if the state doesn't mandate? That is something that the town needs to do.
So we're getting a little
Yeah.
busy. Our four departments still here
Oh my
for so I want to, we're running behind. That's
Thank you very much.
No,
So, yeah.
That's my fault, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My point was, some people have a political reason.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
And we didn't hold with that.
yeah,
Just noting.
yeah, fair enough.
So, the finance department, I think the three things that we're looking forward to in fiscal '24, one of them is to get some input on rethinking how we do the budget process. Last year, while it was my first year, it was long and arduous nights for many, many weeks, and calculations being done at like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. It just isn't, it makes it really difficult to like have a good number or a good conversation at that time. So maybe coming up with a plan on how to do it a little differently this year, coming up for fiscal '24 when we look at fiscal '25. And another big thing that the finance department is looking at is the idea of new financial software, which will impact every single department that has spoken today. We are using a very antiquated system. It has no flexibility to do any data projections, any trending, any payroll information. So we're always combining different spreadsheets from all over, and that's exactly what we're using is Excel. That's how we do our budget. I mean, you're laughing, and it's like, we pull from Kronos, we pull from Nimerick, we hand enter into an Excel budget.
Wasn't the new software approved for the coming year?
No, we're talking about it on Tuesday.
No, we're gonna talk about it Tuesday. Yeah.
It was approved to go on the agenda.
Some people think
But I like your thinking, Con. So, okay, that's great.
That's on the agenda, so you can.
You did hear Dan and Pete, because that's also another big thing that this software will do, is be able to provide asset management. We have $85 million in assets that
We think.
we do, right, exactly, that we don't, that's what we think we know, but it's in an Excel sheet that isn't even attached to any bit of a computer program. I mean, so I mean, we don't even need to like keep going over it. I mean, that's, we know
Back to
the need.
vulnerability.
Exactly.
But the power was there.
Yeah, I mean that, and I mean, the idea of the finance package also will be more community engagement, right? We could have our budget online. They could see graphs, they could see pie charts, they could see how things are being done, like, and they could pay their utility bill online. If they have a problem with their utility bill, they can send an email right through their little portal to, you know, whoever is gonna be dealing with that. Where right now, they could drive to the municipal center, or they have to call, or, you know, everything's cumbersome. A financial software package will just make things much more fluid for everybody, not just town staff, but for the select board in the reporting and decision making, and making sure that everything is, that our numbers are right, right?
Yeah.
Like,
So can we vote on this now and skip it on Tuesday?
No.
Is it wrong? Decidedly not.
So that's a big one. That would take up if that gets approved, that would take up all of fiscal '24, really.
For good reason.
Yeah, and the budget process, because I feel like those two kind of go hand in hand. And then looking forward to '25, it would be implementing credit card payment systems for every department, not just, you know, utilities and, you know, Sue, if she wants to be able to have people pay, you know, for her services online, Hillary with dog licenses and everything that comes out of the town clerk, like kind of get into the 21st century with how we participate with our community and how we deal with our finances in-house. And we would also look at, if this board decides that, you know, we are gonna go fire EMS, you know, the finance department would then start to look at the billing software and things of that nature to be able to bill for that service, and be able to make projections there on certain things. So that's it for the finance department. We got nothing going on.
I have a suggestion for all the times that I heard the word software today. Maybe we should coordinate with what Peter was talking about to get like maybe there's cybersecurity money for these things to make sure that their town is protected.
Maybe we need to have the software before we can even apply for the service.
Yeah.
Well,
we're pretty well protected now because no one can get in. And if they got in, they wouldn't know what to do with
and wanted to protect it,
Yeah,
then
totally.
if it was a coordinated approach
Yes.
across the board, you might be able to get money for it.
100%. And when we get something sophisticated, like, you know, some of the things that we're looking at, Liz, that would be a total priority, because then then we're talking, we're on websites, we will be live on the web, and that will be much more of a risk.
Mhm.
Yeah, where right now, you know, our risk level's super low.
Thank you.
Great.
I think it's great.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Sad.
So everybody, wow. So, I know we're short on time, so I'll give you my 5 minutes summary if you have any questions. I mean, basically, again, I just want to thank everybody for approving the communication coordinator for permanently full-time. You'll be hearing about the website very soon. He's in the final stages, and we're going to come out of black and come make a presentation to you soon at a select board meeting. So it's exciting. It's one of our 24 goals, right? The new website. And implementing everything, like Kim mentioned, for finance, with credit cards and purchases. We keep talking about a Merck site, but it's kind of like a joke. Merchandise, like TOB, Town of Brattleboro, t-shirts, hats, pens, who knows, you know? Tie clips. Yeah.
Oh, the 5 people.
Big
That's awesome. TNT all the way. So, one of our goals for 24, I started it in 23 and want to try to bring it back, and maybe it'll tie to 25 depending on what we land with. It's a performance evaluation software. Again, here's the word software. Right now it's a PDF document that everybody types in, and it's a reminder through an email and to get it in. So thinking of performance evaluations, they can be a little costly looking at the ones that I've already reviewed. You know, we're looking between maybe $12,000 to $18,000 for a software program. So it's, you know, it's going to be a bit, you know, looking into it, making sure you get a real good one. Something you've been hearing a lot of your staff talk about here today has been about most departments talking about their staff growth within their departments already. I've heard most of them talk about adding more staff. And so I'm hoping, I've been talking to Kim already, and we're going to meet John soon, but I'm hoping to start joining in budget talks so we can, when we get to that staffing line, I'll be available to have further discussion with everybody to see where that's thrown there. Thinking a lot about succession planning. I know with Public Works and other divisions, we've been, you know, like the wastewater chief operators, like, you know, planning a retirement. We're already now starting to bring someone in, you know, apply for that. See if we can get some, do some overlap training, make sure we have some good succession there. But also thinking of 25, I'd like to look into a base compensation study. You know, we're finishing up some negotiations, but I think having a professional service come in and help us do a base compensation study of all of our departments and employees' wages, and see how competitive we are. I think we've done some great work in those negotiations, but you know, there's still some, you know, is this the best we can do? I know Carol mentioned before minimum wage is $13, $18. You know, we did our best to try to improve our entry wage to, you know, no less than $18 an hour, which a few years ago was $15 an hour. So, you know, a lot of times when you're bringing an employee in and you think, here's $17, $18 an hour, it's pretty difficult. You know, a lot of times we want some benefits, but it's such a different generation of employees coming in to our organization. So they're not thinking of retirement and health insurance and all those other wonderful benefits we get to offer. It's today, it's now, and you know, housing is going up and continuing that conversation. And then speaking of adding more staff, I know I've mentioned it to John, I've talked to Nora, I've talked to Star. You know, just thinking of bringing in maybe we've talked about 2 or starting with 1 town social worker for employees. Safety and wellness has been a big part of, I'm the facilitator for the Safety and Wellness Committee. We focus a lot on safety, and a few years ago we're like, what about the wellness of our employees? And I know when we just did a workplace culture climate survey, wellness was a big portion of the employees' concerns we have it ourselves, just the impact of everything that's been occurring. And so thinking of having accountability to have on our own staff, have a social worker that can work, you know, visit all different departments and be available for the staff. And even like, I have a collaboration with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we get some, I'm just gonna call them Blue Dollars, I can't remember the actual official name of them, but it's funding. And I even had a conversation with the department head recently regarding concerns over a staff members, you know, just taking some time out of their day for 10 minutes and finding a quiet area to just, you know, de-stress. And thinking of implementing, I've been able to use those dollars and finding a calm area in the municipal center. I know I haven't told everybody this all yet, but we're, you know, just a nice quiet area for someone to go and you know, unwind a little bit for a few moments at a time as they need to. So again, just focusing more on our employees' wellness is going to be a big a push that I'm going to be helping them develop. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I wrote a lot of notes, but I know where we are. So I just wanted to say performance evaluations, maybe, you know, more staff, which I know everyone is interesting, but it just goes to show, like a thing that I've been hearing for the past 4 years is, you know, but it's always been done this way. I think we're all learning that it's always been done this way. We need to elaborate that, and maybe it's staff, increasing our staff is going to help with the workload, because it's just continuing to grow on their side, you know. So just all those things.
The social worker, so I just want to, because I want to talk about that in our next thing for FY24. would that be someone who like would respond like what Star was talking about when there's something maybe happening at the library where they would maybe go there and help with like the situation? Or is it more a social worker like working with municipal employees? And there's both. Okay, great. No, I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
And I've been collaborating with other human resources departments within Vermont. Not many of them often they contract out,
Yeah.
but I did hear from one that she was a social worker in her previous life before moving into human resources, and she says, "I'd love to talk to you more about how to develop that kind of program within
Yeah.
your organization." So.
Do you know what department they're usually a part of, or?
Because not many of them have it, yeah, it's just really, but when I reached out to HR, I felt it may be an appropriate allocation for them would be in the Human Resources Department, just because where we go, it's, every department goes through Human Resources.
Yeah. Okay, well, great.
Thanks, Chris. All
All
right.
right.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sally.
We get to hear about planning, and then John's gonna wrap it up in the town clerk's office, so, I'll keep it brief as well. We have obviously reviewed some major plans of late, and we really wanna get to work on them. So housing is obviously one of our priorities for fiscal year 24. It has been this past year. We were working on our zoning regulations. You'll see that at some point this summer. There's a planning commission public hearing on that on Monday night. And those were to reduce some housing barriers. And so I think the focus for fiscal year 24 is we really want to look at town land. Maybe it's underutilized, maybe that's vacant, well, not maybe, both of those, could be parking lots, that kind of thing, and assess the feasibility of housing for them. So you may recall last year we had put out an RFP trying to find somebody that might be interested in developing some housing on the Harris lot. And when John came on board, we kind of pulled it back and said, maybe we should be looking at all of our properties. And so, how a project like that might move forward, it just could be one way that the town could get involved with housing and not building it, but maybe working with a developer, or it could be lots of different ways. So that's one of our priorities for fiscal year 24. And the other is trying to get moving on some of the actions in the right block plan. So we're going to be, we got a grant for looking at the Canal Street corridor. So we're gonna be working on that, trying to make it multimodal and serve active transportation. On that last main thoroughfare, there's gaps elsewhere. But hopefully with that study, we can apply for one of the major federal grants for implementation, and that way we can take off a big chunk at once. And there's lots of grants available for transportation, but they all require a 20% match, so whether it's state or federal. So we could do a big project, bundle a bunch together, but it's going to mean we're going to have to find match money. So that's not insignificant when we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. So kind of working on the network. And then the other priority for this coming year is we have access to a couple of different energy grant funds, both for energy savings and resiliency, particularly related to the municipalities. So it could be municipal buildings, it could be EV chargers, and that kind of thing. So that is a focus that you'll actually be hearing about it with Selectboard Insurance this summer, with authorizations to requests to apply. For fiscal year 25, again, the transportation, the housing, those things aren't going to go away. They're priorities for us for quite some time. So obviously implementing whatever we can do to move those things forward. We would also like to get into digital applications for zoning permits and site plans. We got really close to doing it and then had some concerns over the software that we were going with. So I know the package that Kim is looking at does have that kind of functionality as well. A different module that we could add on. So that's something that we'll be looking at in the coming year, for fiscal year 25 and 24 as well. And then also on the energy side, and this relates to building maintenance, but the sustainability coordinator has been having conversations with Public Works about kind of our building systems and being able to track energy energy usage and outputs and stuff. So kind of modernizing those so that we can really benchmark our usage and make real-time adjustments. Because right now it's really tedious, almost impossible to go through all the bills and then you kind of see something happen after the fact. So kind of working on it. So those are mine. Questions?
I thought the kind of looking at town land that's, I think is vacant or underutilized, made me wonder about, private property that is vacant, abandoned, unsafe, doing some sort of variation on that. I'm thinking like both housing and commercial property. Are there like ordinances on the books or statutes that allow us to do anything with those properties?
So, I might call on.
But also, like, we don't know
Check
it's
a little
fine,
bit as a
you know.
concept. So, I think there are some limitations under state law, particularly if it's a single unit occupied home, even if it's in.
I'm mostly talking about unoccupied.
Unoccupied.
Yes, it would not.
I would think that it would have to be a part of the overall identification of blight. And then a specific concept was brought in and said, we want to use this blighted property and we're going to take it. And that's a larger thing than an isolated building.
Yeah, I mean, under blight, I know Bellows Falls did kind of a blight ordinance. I mean, so I was getting into the single unit just because sometimes there are lots of, they're vacant and they're in poor repair, but we don't actually have any mechanism to move it forward because they enjoy some taxes as being owned by the rental properties where we could step in and force a change. So you could, we could have some sort of assessment, vacant property, occupied buildings type thing, and do an assessment.
Of its structural integrity?
No, charge them a fee or something like that for keeping remaining occupied. Just something like that. So there are some options.
Unless, of course, they don't pay the taxes, which is what it's true.
Yes. Just thinking about it within the context of increased number of housing units in the town. There are, some areas of town which have properties that are like occupying a footprint and serving.
We've had lots, with some of them, we've had conversations with the property owner and we pointed them to resources and really said, be a good time to sell it. Somebody else might take it on. So we do have those informal conversations. We don't have a lot of shows right now.
That could be a priority to look at.
I just wanted to bring up that there were many good ideas in this downtown plan that, I know that we're following up on so many different things, the housing plan, the bike walk plan, but I'd like to get back to this at some point in the near future.
Because that is your indoor course.
Sorry, the Brattleboro downtown plan, that's a very interesting and exciting visioning for a coordination of all the public parks and byways within the downtown to make a coordinated whole of those public spaces. And there were some really good ideas that I think we should utilize and not have this be a report sitting on a shelf.
So, one thing that Sue and I talked about, and I know it didn't get to your high list here, but is to do a plan action review. So we look at all of the plans and pull out those projects, which will help us with long-term capital funding and with other, just these types of prioritization conversations to just see the whole list of everything we kind of have thought in the past. And when was that? What was that? And then start to think about, can we start to put a dollar number on that? And, is it still a priority or should we retire it? So that's one thing.
And one thing, I mean, one of the challenges that we have is capacity. So, we could find grants, so we've got to find the match, which is challenging. and then we have to manage the grants. And so, that takes time, and, we have support from finance and, public works if it's something involving that, but, we are really limited by the capacity that we have to just take on all these. So it is slow.
But if we're visioning for the future and if we're looking for ideas, some of those ideas are there.
Yes.
Yeah, and then with DBA, the executive director, we've had some conversations around it. She's interested in helping move those along as well.
Are you suggesting in some of your energy-related areas that we do additional photovoltaics somewhere? I couldn't tell exactly what you were thinking.
Not at this point, at this time. I think as projects, evaluated, that could be a piece of it, especially for new buildings, but no, not at this time.
And just as in general, would some development of community-based solar sightings be beneficial? I mean, would that actually be a source of revenue? And what I'm thinking is, can we put solar panels on the top of the parking garage and generate electricity that we then sell? Maybe we go through an established business in town and make that available and get a share of the proceeds. I just wonder if that is a potential revenue source.
So I'm not an expert in this area. Stephen, our sustainability coordinator, has looked into that, and his understanding, it could be done, but the benefits aren't necessarily there because we've maxed out on our, so the business model, based on the way the state does it, is not really there right now for much more of that in Brattleboro.
Well, I recently bought into the solar array at Exit 1, and, a certain number of those solar panels there are mine, even though they're not in my house. As I recall, it was a little bit expensive to do that, and I'm wondering, is that a potential model where some local, it happens that I went with integrated solar applications, but where somebody like them could say, oh yeah, we could really use that site, and then sell the electricity to people like me, so it wouldn't depend on the town's capacity to use the photovoltaics, which could be maxed out already, but would just be a business opportunity for our real estate that somebody else would then take advantage of. That's what I was
In enterprise.
Yeah.
Good. Think about it, yeah. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna do the last one, and then we can get to back to the station maybe. This is Town Clerk's office. Hillary could not be here today, unfortunately, so I'm gonna do this very quickly because I know very limited amounts about it. This is a memo from Hillary that you can all look at later, but basically the three things that she sees as priorities for fiscal 24 are fully training the new part-time assistant town clerk who's recently been hired and is doing an excellent job from what I have heard, but she still needs to get up to speed on all the systems and processes in the town clerk's office. Then the second big priority for fiscal 24 is going to be updating ordinances related to entertainment and liquor licensing. So you will see that come to you sometime probably late summer. So some changes to entertainment and liquor licenses. And that is primarily, I believe, to make it consistent with changes at the state level. Then the third priority for the upcoming fiscal year is digitizing land records online. So another software-ish thing, but trying to get all of the land records back to the mid-1800s up online and searchable for people to do their research. So those are the three big things for the upcoming fiscal year. Things that Hillary is thinking about for fiscal 25 and potential things for you to think about in the budget are if the ranked choice voting process goes through, are we going to need to invest or do anything to get the town clerk's office in a position to implement ranked choice voting? And then the second thing I would say is, so this new part-time assistant town clerk, which was a backfill of somebody who left, it's been 25 hours a week, and Hillary believes that we're under capacity and to doing all of the work that we need to in the town clerk's office, and she may be recommending an increase from anywhere from 5 to 13 hours on that assistant town clerk position. So those are the two things she was thinking about in terms of could hit budget conversations in the fall. And yeah, any questions that I can probably not answer?
I would say on the land records, one of the things that I can just say from experience is that Brattleboro actually kind of stands out in how digital land record system is. When you buy a house, there's a record search that has to happen in Vermont that's happening all over the state in COVID. And I've heard time and again that we get a really great one. So expanding on that and actually, you know, you only have to go back 40 years. So like, I don't really know, like, but you know, I think making it better, it's already a really great system. So
yeah, and I think we probably do go back that far, but it's still we get requests for even further. So.
Yeah, and that must more be for like research and stuff, not for land.
Title.
Yeah, but so that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
So we're a little over time.
We are a little over time.
Town manager's office?
Town manager's office will have priorities that are the select board. Whatever you direct us on, we will do that.
What do you see as our longer term challenges?
I mean, the three things that the town manager's office talked about in the annual report were focusing on resolving fire EMS transition. That's a big priority, we believe, for this year. Developing better long-term capital planning. And the third thing was community safety and moving that project to more of a resolution than you were able to do so far. So those were the three things we wanted to focus on in fiscal 24. Of course, there's lots of things that have popped up, including the whole homelessness issue and other things that may make those harder or easier to get completed, but we're on a good track for a number of them. For fiscal 25, I think what you're hearing a theme around is technology, and I would say that it's not just limited to the need for these packages, but there's also a need to think about the management of our technology overall. As you may know, we do not have any staff who are IT staff. We don't have anyone with that expertise. We're all kind of trying to do the best we can. We do have an excellent contractor who supports us very well, but we need to look at different services from that contractor potentially and or other solutions. So that's kind of, I would say, the big things from the town manager's office perspective. Great.
And that's a good segue into this kind of really brief slide. The department heads identified some of the issues and concerns and trends they had regarding services and policies, and this was just kind of lumping them together, so kind of involving our facilities, staffing, and services, and some of them you heard about in the conversations, and that's kind of where their priorities are being driven. But these could also have future impacts as well. So we are, let's do a check-in. We are at 2:20. First time, remember, it's the first time, so we'll be able to judge timing better. And so I'm curious to hear from you all how much time. I'm really eager to hear from you all, and I know you're probably really eager to speak about what your priorities are, so how long do we want to give it a go at?
Oh. I feel like we should go for a while.
No, at least.
Fine.
Daniel, is it time
I am leaving at around about 3:30 because that's what it's on the agenda.
Yep, absolutely.
Excellent. All right.
Do you want to like smush together FY24?
Yeah,
I think that's
we will.
good.
Okay.
We will.
So maybe we make that basically all 1 hour. That gets us to 3:15.
and then wrap up.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
I've never run a meeting that's gone over ever, so.
Good job.
Planning commission is always a 2-hour meeting. Not because of me. Okay, so one of the things I asked you in your survey, and I realized this was really hard and overwhelming, so my apologies next time, it'll be different. But I just wanted to share it with you in case it helps you, think about where some of your top themes were. Downtown vibrancy, economic growth, downtown safety, housing, community activities and events, bike and pedestrian improvements, and beautification are kind of like the top 7. And then, fiscal responsibility, citizen engagement, hazard reduction, and climate resiliency, public safety, parks, recreation facilities, public art, digital transportation, those are maybe, they fell in the middle. Trails and access to open space, local businesses and employment, regional hub issues, taxes, roads, water, sewer infrastructure, and stormwater management kind of fell on the lower priority themes. But again, I'm just sharing this, you might take it in a different direction in our conversation. And then I also asked about some of the principles of good local government, and these are the ones that ranked highest and those that voted. So kind of being fair and impartial, ethical conduct, openness and transparency, diversity, equity, and inclusion, innovation and openness to change, and sustainability and long-term orientation.
What are the numbers there?
I was going to say, that seems like a pretty small sample size.
It was, I know, I should have taken them off. It had to do with I think it was somehow how they fell on the priority, so rule of law was kind of had put them as the highest, so the others kind of fell in. So again, this is just to remind some things that you looked at. I wouldn't, don't put too much weight on these.
Yeah, this is not a
Yeah,
scientific
there's 5
study.
of you and stuff, so, yeah. Anyway, so with that, I guess I'm gonna let you start speaking. I'm gonna fill up the flip chart and start taking notes.
I just want to say that I don't expect that we spend any time in stormwater management at all, except that there is this process for us to gather money from the state for our stormwater management, and I'm hoping that we get on.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like
That is all.
it's gonna be like so many, and there's even a longer, list out there, and there's lots of things happening. Do you want it to be your highest priority?
No, I do not. I want it to be my lowest part, but I want it done.
Yes.
Standing up for
I
this?
don't know.
Okay, yeah, we can have stand right.
Keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't sit still for a long time.
Okay, right, I'm gonna give you opportunity to stand up. But
Maybe get a steady cam on the go.
Sue, can you tilt? Okay, does anybody want to start?
Yeah, do you want to do like FY24 first?
I can do FY24 first.
I thought we were doing them together.
Yes, but
But separately together.
separately together. Right now, there are 2 separate agenda items.
Yeah, I know, but if we're moving them into one, but then doing them separately, that doesn't really accomplish anything.
Well, I'm gonna keep track of them separately. You can
Okay.
speak to them however you want.
That's a good solution.
You kidding me?
Just tell me if you have a preference of this.
You see it?
Yes. Daniel, can you join us?
Do I have to?
Yeah.
I don't have to. I may choose to momentarily.
All right.
No vulnerability.
I mean, at this time.
It's not. CCTV is on the show.
Wow, dude.
Does anybody want to start off with something?
Yeah. So I kind of took a list of things as we were going through the department head presentations of stuff that I'd like to see. I kind of put a 24 or not 24. So I'm just going to do the 24 ones that I've got first. So I'd really like to see come before us for FY24 for consideration for 25. Expansion of the Brattleboro Fire Department's fire prevention office, specifically. Should this go FY24 or should this go FY25? Now I'm thinking about it.
Let's just take the big themes and we'll figure out later.
Okay. And if that's if that looks like an FY25 full-time position, or if that's something else, I want to talk about it in FY25. Okay. Yep. Do you want me to keep going or other people?
Why don't we just go around and everybody do one?
Ron, it's on you now.
Okay, I think, I've got several things here, of course, but starting off with one, I think the board needs to make a decision that we are going to have a good transportation center. And that decision means that there would be general assent in the population as a whole that that's a good place for us to use for parking cars and perhaps other things. But that's really step one. We have to decide we are going to do that. Step two then is figuring out what that means in real terms. And step three is providing the funding for that. But I think that's something that we have to address. It's being addressed already, I realize that. But it has to be very clear that we're not waffling on it. It's our facility, belongs to the town, and whether it's something that we do, or as I've heard suggested, that we sell it to some independent operator entity, we can talk about that, but that it has to be a very concrete decision. We're gonna make that place good.
So transportation center, a good place.
Yeah.
Would be the priority.
And that, we should talk about that in this fiscal year coming after July 1st. This is FY24. Let's have some real decision making around that. Yeah. So, Peter?
Well, I mean, coming out of something that.
Yeah, just upright.
I think one of the priorities is something that Lynn had said about, contacting our local legislators about the fire academy. Yeah, the fire academy was something I didn't know about, found concerning. I think I wouldn't mind adding that to a priority list.
May I augment that by saying that, let me finish, that there were a number of things that we discussed today that we wanted to bring to the attention of our legislators.
Right.
And we should kind of have a group effort on that. These are our priorities.
Is that yours, Liz? A legislative agenda for the select board?
Ooh, that's a great idea.
And our colleagues as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we like that. That's just great. I like that a lot.
Daniel?
You mentioned it in yours, John, that the board needs to make a decision about how to move forward with the community safety review.
Yep.
Document, right?
And fund.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. That needs to happen this year. I don't mean it needs to be completed, but there needs to be this is how we're moving forward with this, because we're currently kind of stuck.
Yep.
I'll let Sue finish it.
So
You can go ahead.
I would like to see a discussion and intentional implementation of a more effective budget process for FY25. And that would need to happen this.
Yep.
Yeah.
So effective budget process. Really in general.
In general. And sustainable. I would really like this board and with the, working with the town manager's office to really consider what is the best way for us to consider every new budget that keeps in mind public engagement and participation, and also efficiency of time and efficiency of our department heads, so that we can, not basically dread the budget process, because it's really arduous, it takes a long time, it doesn't feel effective. And I think what it really just needs is some time and intentional thought on like what's the best parts of it. So I'd like to see that happen this year.
Great. Bronson? My second thing is, we heard from Chief Hardy about their recruitment and the prospects for success with that. I think we need to make sure that happens, that we take whatever the steps are that are needed to effectively recruit high-quality police officers for the town of Brattleboro, and then also at the same time address retention. So recruitment and retention of police officers, and looking at that in a broad way. What is it that's going to get us the kind of people we want to be police officers in Brattleboro to make a decision that they are going to come here? Great. Liz? Or no, Peter, sorry.
No, that's fine.
You can go ahead.
And if you want to just pass too.
No.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
All right. I think one of the things I'd like to focus on is some work that's already been started, which was kind of the school safety zones and land use issues that we have, and they include the transportation center, and that was one of the things, using already existing things, just making it more formal and rolling these things out in a recognizable manner, not just so much sort of sitting somewhere buried inside of a book, just kind of pulling these things out and using the already existing 500-foot drug-free safety zones, which will fall under some land use things that we'll be able to pull into department heads and town branches to help us execute and make that area a little safer. So I think we're being worried, I'm sorry.
No, that's good. Liz?
Instead of downtown safety, I think, there's just as much concern in neighborhoods. So really community safety of a broader perspective, I think would be
I'm going to insist that Liz go before me the next time.
Do you want me to say neighborhood safety?
CBD and neighborhood safety.
CBD? Central Business District.
We have our own.
I'll just say downtown.
Downtown.
CBD does have other.
That's what you.
Maybe we should all just chill.
So, I just want to kind of double down on what I heard from Carol about having as expansive as possible a vision for the pool.
Vision for the pool.
Expansive. I'm not saying that gets decided on and funded this year, but in our public process, we are not taking anything off the table and we are having all the vision as possible.
That was my next one.
It's interesting because Ian said that about his overall vision for recreation as a destination. Do you want it separate?
I have that as a separate thing, but I'm not going to go there yet because I'm just focusing more on more specific ones now. Municipal social worker.
Ron? And feel free to pass too, if you want fat chance. So I think I'll just ask that we sort of combine the school safety zones, downtown neighborhood safety, and make that a high priority and include the possibility of some type of support for the idea of cameras in the downtown area. Let's call it a separate thing.
Yeah, that's
okay. We can call it a separate thing, but to me, those are inextricably linked, and I feel it's very important to have a visible focus of our safety efforts. And this is something we've been hearing about quite a bit, and gather steps have been taken to encourage individual business owners
to go ahead and have cameras, that there are ways to link those in a network, relay information to the police department, et cetera. But my point is to draw all that together into a recognizable, unified program that people will look at and understand that we're really doing something about downtown safety issues. Yep, okay.
Liz?
Oh, well, I think we should have a concentrated effort to see what we as the select board can do to support the police and the community and crimes against women. I think it's very prevalent and needs to be addressed.
Okay, so the priority is
Prevention of.
Crimes against women.
preventing crimes against women. Peter?
Something, again, that sort of I was not aware of was our library's capacity. And under the theme of making our community a little bit more attractive to growth and retention, the amenities, and really taking a look at maybe expanding our library.
Expanding the library. Daniel?
It's odd that this hasn't come up. Maybe it's just assumed at this point, but like continuing to aggressively improve our housing situation. Like that is like.
I think what I agree with you, obviously, but it's like housing, the homelessness issue, fire EMS transition. Like these are things that we sort of spoke at the beginning are like already very much operating. I think we can put them on there for sure, but I think that's one reason why fire EMS hasn't come up yet, right? But yes.
Yeah, the things that John mentioned in
But I think what Dan was trying to say is like if we're just making a list,
yeah,
we should add it to this.
It would be weird to me if it wasn't on the list, and then like, I don't know, what does that mean?
Well, then you gotta put fire EMS on there. I don't know.
Yeah, we should.
No, then you should.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Fair. I didn't know.
Makes sense, right?
And you just burned yours.
I think a really important thing for us to do is to decide which of these things are actually the most important.
Oh, we're gonna do.
Oh, we're gonna do that.
Okay.
That's the dot exercise.
So,
Is that yours?
That's mine.
So I think, for me, I want to have a better understanding, and I'm not sure exactly how this comes into play, about the $300,000 that's sort of sitting in an account from the.
That's community safety.
It's
Yeah.
pretty safe.
That's it. That's good.
Yeah, that was one of them, I think, community safety path forward. So
Oh,
now we
okay.
have to
All right. Burn mine. Okay.
Who's up?
I'll pass for now.
Daniel? Pass? Yes.
So, the select board needs to, I haven't written this one out, so I'm going off the top of my head. Select board needs to create a, process for reviewing the town manager's, like, annual or semi-annual like evaluation of the town manager, and the process needs to be written and confirmed so that if we have massive turnover on the select board, the process can be modified by them, but there's something in place. There needs to be some sustainability in transition of leadership in the select board for managing the town manager.
Well,
It's not nothing to do with.
Well,
it's more about-
are we gonna ask the town manager to work on that?
No,
I'll bring this up.
it's gotta be. We're talking about things that like we need.
No, I completely agree that that's an important thing to do. I don't know exactly how we do it, but we can get to that later.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I've got nothing else.
Nothing? Peter, or? No? Liz?
Well, just to expand on the, open space planning, in addition to recreation, just open space planning and park planning.
So I guess riffing on that, so we could pull year-round accessible dog park. I know it's gonna die left, but I'm going to do it.
So year-round. Year-round. Yep. Ian?
Yeah, I think my last one here is, I had like identifying jewels. So like,
You need an appraiser?
no, so underdeveloped or underutilized like assets that the town has, specifically like outdoor recreational things that I'm thinking. Perfect example is we're about to have a pedestrian bridge right in the downtown that leads to an underdeveloped land. That something that we could be thinking about and utilizing, like doing something with? And where are there other places like that?
Is that this open space and park planning?
I
mean, it might not just
agree
be.
with Liz.
I mean, it might be actually in Charlotte at the Strong Town Conference, they were talking about, and it doesn't just have to be park spaces, you know, it could be in abandoned rail lines or abandoned, like just different.
You're talking more about placemaking?
Yes, I think that's, thank you, yeah.
Ross? No, I was just thinking that Ian's comment also meant sort of publicizing places that already exist, but that where people may not realize we have something worth knowing about. But I'm not suggesting that. I was just thinking, as you were saying, that was included.
Yeah.
Maybe something that you've all heard me harp on is messaging out any and all of these things that we do a little better. So, and I think we have that person that can do that now. I've seen steps that does that, but I mean, there's always, you're never gonna reach everybody with everything. But as long as when that person says, well, how come I didn't know you have a place to point me?
Messaging of town services.
Town services,
Going.
Yeah, whatever's going on.
Okay.
Maybe a podcast.
Or on the website.
On our new website.
Liz?
Let's talk about the regional hub status of Brattleboro and how we can lobby with other regional hub towns for state aid.
A regional hub strategy. Daniel? Ian?
IT department or guy or person.
Yes. So, yeah, IT assessment and improvement.
And if that's an individual who's our IT staff member, or if that's extending a contract, whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yes.
No. Liz? David? You did it.
All right.
Okay.
Was this was not just 24, these were just the ideas.
I think it's gonna take 2 years for that, so we're done.
Oh, we're gonna do all that?
Yeah, 2 years. And a few more.
Yeah, okay, so all your ideas were kind of your ideas, your priorities. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna count them up. Okay. So, you're each gonna get, well, I'm gonna give you each a sheet.
We get stickies?
I'm going to trust that you're only getting each spot.
What if you number them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that would?
I trust
Okay.
you. I'm gonna be watching.
I know these guys.
It's on basis. If in the end we come back with more than 25
So we only get-
stickers.
Wait, so how many do they get?
They got 5.
They get only 5?
They get 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we should go more?
I think more.
Okay.
I would go with
Are we changing the process as
there's a formula for it.
I know it was like a formula. So I did a lot of those.
Okay, so, okay,
Yeah.
let's go with 5. Okay.
Well, you could do 6.
You get 6. Yeah.
Right, and this is kind of giving the weight to,
So if I turn it sideways.
that's right, 1 row.
Yeah.
Just 1
And
row.
you can vote for
If you turn it
one multiple times if you want.
Yes, all right.
You can put more than one.
You can, if you feel really strongly about something, you can put,
Can I put one that covers the 2 adjacent?
Nope. No.
So I have to use up, I have to burn 2 of them?
You got burned too.
Okay, I will.
But evidence that I can use 5.
no, you can use 1 more. I changed it to 6, you can use 6.
Everyone's just gonna vote for their own.
I would assume that. And, the thing is, right, I was in the fire and that stuff, it's like, oh, it's so fire. That's why I shouldn't just already. There's more we can do. I don't know what it is, but I know what the most we can do. Yeah.
We need to.
Oh, it is. Has everyone got their 6 up?
No. Get out of here.
Everyone done?
That's 6, passed. 1, 2, 3,
Oh.
6, those 6. Oh my gosh, almost all of them. Okay.
Same thing.
Okay.
I've got 2 more.
So we're gonna do another round.
Still
with
council. No secrets.
Ian's just going around and putting spots where there aren't any.
Hasn't done.
Yeah, 'cause I'm-
You're gonna do that.
It's okay. No,
Okay, now
that's
you're
a
gonna,
priority.
okay,
Make it orange.
now you get orange, we're gonna try to winnow it down a little bit more, so you get another 6, and you have to use it on the green ones that have more than 1 dot. So if they've got 1, you can't vote on it. But you can use your 6 in any which way you want. So it's transportation center, community safety path forward,
And you can put
school
all 6
safety
on one.
zones, expansive vision of pool, municipal social worker, preventing crimes against women, housing.
There are only 6.
Well, it is, it's one of the, you know, it's a youth
You know what? That's the kind of shit that last 50 years. We haven't.
Well, there's only 6.
Was he a select board member? He was a state senator, but was mad in Tunis.
Handshake.
No, I don't think you can do the green. You can do your orange. That's the round we're in.
If I had known the full process.
I would have voted different.
Trying to not let it be manipulated.
I didn't realize he wasn't gonna make America great again.
Good question.
Remember what I said? That one.
This one got 2 dots the first time around, and it got I got one more.
I know the default is
No debate.
Yeah, no debate.
All right, just do it quickly, we gotta run up.
Hey, now, Vicky's.
We might actually finish on time.
Oh, shoot. I tiled all
Well, I mean, also remember, like,
some of the stuff.
right, I mean, they have to.
Which is why I was in a fire shouldn't. But I think at least with having this more.
Are we another call? No.
Yeah, for once.
All right, thank you.
Headache or you just seeing spots?
Let's
Thank you.
let's come back and wrap it up.
I don't even know. I noticed one of them didn't say Chelsea has legs. That's all right. Priorities. No, this is. I totally think that's a murder. I'm using that to establish places in town. There's additional enforcement.
All right. So, ignore the fiscal year 24, as we kind of wrap it up, we will, and bring it back before the select board, we'll kind of figure out where they should go, but I just want to recap for everybody who can't see it. The ones that received the highest number of votes was making the transportation center a good place, having a path forward for the community safety review, school safety zones, expansive vision of a pool, and I would say municipal social worker, preventing crimes against women, and housing. Those are the ones that ran to the top. And what I would also say is, some of this stuff is ongoing work, so, where they fall in the report.
It's not like it's not getting done, it's just whether it's this board's priority.
Right. I guess our next steps is we're gonna work on a report for this and bring it forward to the select board, where hopefully you'll adopt it or approve it, whatever language you wanna use. But there'll be more discussion at that point as to where the priorities fall for fiscal year 24 or 25. But this gives us good guidance for budgeting and for staff work as well. Do you have anything else you want to add?
Can you take a picture of this?
Yeah.
Just a little.
They're here.
I guess I would just say, is there anything, in terms of us putting this together and bringing it back, is there anything that's occurred to you as we've gone through this process that you'd like to see us address specifically? Sort of how we do that.
Will we have the benefit of the Monroe City?
Yes.
I can do that.
So the one that says school safety zones, it's not clear to me what that is. Well, it's not clear to me what that is within the realms of the select board. So maybe whoever was kind of behind that can kind of work with you to flesh out like what they mean around that. I mean, I guess also it would be fair to say housing is the same thing, right? Like, what are we saying when we're saying housing is a priority?
Yeah, I know a little bit about the school safety zones, but I'll definitely reach out to.
I think So like I see for follow-up sort of two elements of this. One, follow-up on, okay, so we've got a little bit of clarity on some priorities from the board, and let's have a review of that. I think the other side of the follow-up is a debrief of this process, and I'd like to ensure that the select board members have an opportunity to speak on that, either individually or in a board meeting. And then I'd also really like to ensure that the department heads are spoken to either individually or whatever that makes more sense to see what they think about this. And then if we can have sort of a follow-up so that we can think about it for next year. Because I personally feel like this, in some iteration, some way, this is really very helpful, and we should try to make it something that we do every year. And I think it's very beneficial for older members who've been on the board longer and newer members, that we should really continue to do this.
I agree. Anything else on this for today?
In terms of your synthesis of everything for further discussion, how would we see that? I mean, is that something that would be sent to us?
Yeah,
at some
it'll be a
point?
report.
Okay.
And it'll be an agenda item, honestly.
You won't have it on Monday.
No. I'm just now starting to actually, on some emotional level, deal with what we've done today. And, putting those dots up there, for me, was difficult and unsatisfying. I feel like I overlooked things that were really important. We heard so many things today that had so much sense behind them that, yes, in some sense we have to prioritize, but I think those results are actually misleading to some extent. At least I feel that I have misled myself somehow. And anyway, I just want to say that my consciousness of this is going to go well beyond with those dots.
Oh, good.
That's really what I'm saying.
That's great.
I mean, we were sort of just speaking on the side about this. Like, the stuff that's up there, some of that stuff is happening anyway. Right? Some of it is not currently happening, and some of it could be a higher priority than it has been, right? And this is a prioritization process, and like the work of this, we've heard from people who do such divergent work today, and like we're asked to do so many different things every time we meet. It's necessarily a frustrating, disappointing, unsatisfactory, compromising process.
I also think that we've had such a short period of time to digest everything that we've heard, that there might very well be things that the staff said that we haven't really resonated with yet, and we should have that opportunity in the future.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what we heard today was so remarkable, both in terms of the specific content, but also the spirit in which it was offered. It makes me think, wow, what a great town this is. What an amazing organization is in place to try to help this community move forward in so many different ways. I mean, that's what I'm carrying away, and what I wasn't able to really put up on the board. So that's maybe where my own diversion is.
Are you saying that would be a good mission statement?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
It's up, it's good.
Frontis note is a good way.
With that,
You have public participation.
Yes. So I'd like to first start by thanking Sue so much for doing this. I can speak from a little bit of experience that this is a rambunctious crowd of select board members, and I really appreciate the work in organizing this and conducting a really great meeting. I'm actually with Franz on. I'm going to be thinking a lot. I'm still thinking a lot about everything that we've gone through today, and I've got a lot of kind of reflecting on it. That was mostly due to just how well this is run. So thank you so much. Now we're going to move on to agenda item 3, which is the public participation. So I see Dave and Joy are here. So David, if you want to, I don't know if your hand is up first.
Well, steady. David Lovelock, District 3. Please don't take this the wrong way. And a little bit of what I have to say is undercut by this last exercise. But in the double-sided vision slide, it was like the second slide that Sue put up, the word public safety wasn't there. And it seems to me that this issue of public safety has been of tremendous concern to the public for several years. And the difficult thing is you have two different poles of opinion about what constitutes public safety. And what this reminds me of is the number of lousy vice chancellors that I served under. One of whom said, I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. And I kept wanting to say, I don't want you to hear me, Dad, I want you to listen. And this also applies to fire EMS. I think one of your priorities needs to be demonstrating in a better way and in a much bigger forum that the select board is listening to members of the public. Thank you. And this is really interesting, and I appreciate everyone's discussion very quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah, I just want to point out that there, in the thing you referred to, David, there was public safety, but there was also downtown safety. And I think downtown safety was the third item on that list.
Other than the word salad. I thought the word salad was generated by.
Well, my point is that I don't think we denigrated public safety on our list of priorities when we answered the questionnaire, but that the results did get split into the downtown safety and the public safety responses. And I think we were actually more vocal on that than it may have appeared.
Yeah, and in fact, this priority listing is suggestive that you are.
It is very much.
You are listening, but I'm not sure that in the select board meetings, that's come across.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So, is there anyone else that'd like to speak in public participation?
Yeah. Years ago, when Mike Fitzgerald came into office, I had suggested putting up cameras. He said the town people said no, they didn't want them up. I'm so glad I hope the town will change their mind now and allow them up. Because that way, a lot of things can be prevented in many ways. So I'm really encouraged about what happened here today with all of these things. And I just hope that you stick to these priorities during 24 year. Because Sue is great at organizing and finding out, and this is perfect. And I think the townspeople, which I'm related to at least half of them, will love this. And I will make sure to let them know that the camera's not a big deal. It was back then. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. No. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in public participation? Seeing none, I guess I would, there's no sort of motion or anything, so I would consider just one final motion from board members.
I'd like to move that the meeting be adjourned.
Excellent. Franz made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's going to carry 5-0. And thus concludes the first Brattleboro Select Board Retreat. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, PCTV. Thank you very much, Sue, John, and everyone.